Hi, mystery. Yay, the bot worked. I would have been upset if it hadn't worked. Oh god, you guys can't see that. Fuck. Mystery, I added a new thing. It basically, y'all can pelt me now when you make me hydrate. But I will hydrate. Yeah, it's because my VTuber's not on screen. You guys will see it when we get to the just chatting. Music a little slow. I have my headphones cranked. I did turn it down a little. So, is that better? Well, I have it lower that way if it's not messing with me, like when I try to talk, mystery, because I'm the type of person I cannot talk when I have loud music going. Hi guys. Hello. How are we all doing? It's my birthday. What? Did the pelt thing not actually show up on that screen? Yes, folks. Why are they not showing up? That's my question. Well, I'm gonna hope they work on the other screen. Because I set up the chatting bunks, and then I set up the normal ones. Yeah, no, it flings my model around whenever. Hi, Master. Thank you. Um, I'm. Thank you, Mystery. I'm trying to fix this real quick. Oh, do I have to log in every time? I'm tiny. You love the music? Yay. Please refresh the bunker to HTML. Okay. Well, okay, but I don't have to log in every time for StreamerBot or anything else, so I was thinking it's a one and done until it needs me to log in again. Been ready for a second. Okay, that all looks like it should be good. It says ready now, so test box. There we go. I fixed it. We're gonna try my regular mod pack for peak again, but hopefully it works. Let me start Pulsoid. But yeah, no, Mystery. When you redeem Hydrate now, it straight up pelts me with water and monster. What's so awkward is I was already. Well, that mod pack's still broken, so we're gonna go back to the crowd control mod pack. I was already drinking whenever you did that, so yay. That is what I like to see. Well, I'm glad you like it. All right. I did not set up the lizard prowler. I'm sorry. I can do that real quick. Action. I forgot about the lizard. Well, I was doing this really late last night. Lizard. Okay, trigger, add trigger. And triggered, create command. Lizard. Hi, Felipe. How are you? I'm working on it. Oh, new island in 40 minutes. Fuck. I do not. Mystery. Sadly. Tired and sleepy? Oh, I'm sorry. Just the VTuber does, yeah. Claim their daily sacrifice. Thank you. Anywhere. Okay. Create. Add. For. Sound. Play sound. Where is the lizard? Oh, look, a button. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. Where did I put the lizard? Name? Chat, I think I lost the lizard audio. You ever played a horror game in Roblox? I used to play horror games in Roblox as a kid. I don't now, but oh, that's a repeating one. I want the there we go. That's the one that not sound commands, lizard button. I heard the scandal. Oh, you're talking about Felipe. Hi, Rebel. I heard about the scandal. That's why I'm kind of debating deleting my really old Roblox account. However, I used to play it like back in 2014. All right, somebody type lizard. Ice cream. I can't give them ice cream, unfortunately. The third or fourth time, but happy birthday, Lunar. Thank you. Hello. Thanks, Prowler. There we go. There's your guys' lizard. It is back. I'm curious if it works in a sentence. Because it's supposed to. You didn't hear it? Oh, fuck. It played for me. Okay, I see why it's not working. All right, now it should. Basically, when I restarted OBS, it disconnected from the audio source. I show you like I can't. I'm in like a wrecking ball.
Lizard.
Hi, Morg. Oh god, it does interrupt each other like it's supposed to. Oh dear lord. Y'all could like tag team me with the word lizard all day.
Lizard.
Oh.
Lizard.
Okay.
Lizard. Lizard.
Oh god, it does work if it's not even the full word in the sentence. Alright, crowd control is active. I did remember. Hi. How can I help you?
Lizard.
Oh god. Okay, at least it only procs once per message. That would suck if it was... Oh god. Gracie apparently agrees. Eh. Eh. If you see my VTuber model flinching, it's because Zeph is playfully bonking me with a towel.
14.
Hydrate. Thank you. I will hydrate. Ah.
Lizard.
15. 16.
Eh.
8.
I have to fix K-Bonk again. Yeah, you can't see Zeph. Alright, that
But I
should...
promise I'm here.
Did that fix it? It did. Yep, y'all can help me now. No trans... Because he's not working on it today, mister.
Yeah, I had other things come up. I gotta fix the Jeep.
Guys,
No, you don't see it.
I see it.
They don't. Alright, 19. 2. 4.
I don't know why he's doing that.
And now, for good measure, 25.
Guys. I can get it legitimately. I don't have to use crowd control today. Yeah, he's doing the voice for fun. For funs. For funsies. This was all my resetting the other day. Oh yeah, I never paused the music. Alright, Bing Bong. You and me. Zeph, it won't work while I'm midair. Iron and I tested this the other day. It's okay, Bing Bong. We got it. We got it. Just you and me now, Bing Bong. Bing Bong screaming for his life. Yeah? I just like doing that when we get the scout cannon in the very first chest. Everyone says this game is hard. Have you seen me try to play it normally, old Rebel? You and Mystery are the same color for me, so if I like... Not all downhill now, oh my god. But you and Mystery are the same color for me, Rebel. And every time I look over, I think it's Mystery. But I know it's like you. Alright, now we get a legit run. I got it out of my system. Shorter name, just focus on that. Honestly, I look over and I see purple. That's all I see is purple. Has Zeph heard what I did the other day, though? You know what that is? What? Mystery. It's purple. It is purple for me. A skill issue. Wow. No, Mystery, you're purple. Mystery, are you colorblind by any chance? I don't mean to be rude by asking. Oh, not colorblind.
Hey, listen.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh yeah, follows pelt me now too, by the way. Just a singular pelt for that one. Yeah, maybe it might be the screen difference. That might be what it is. Because I know colors tend to look different depending on what screen you're looking at. In photo, if you look at the color. Okay, that's fair. It's probably my monitor then. God, there's so many health packs. Ow. Selected blue in the menu. That's fair. I don't have the colors tinted on my monitor though. I might without not realizing it. Because I did have to actually change my right monitor to match my left. Drop. I also had fun in Morgue stream last night. I no longer blame Lunar. Again, what did I do? Blame Neko. You did nothing. Whoa. Lunar is innocent for once. Called splash damage. That's fair. I can agree to splash damage. Where's the other half of the coconut? There it is. Does anyone know what the conch shell does in Peak? Because I sure as hell don't. Can ticks be cooked? I think they can. I've never gotten one on myself. Oh god. Let's find out. Well, they're both edible and cooked. Yeah. But anyways, welcome in, Cradman. Why? Because why not? I mean, if your health gets a lot. Oh shit. Your pulse seems low, Lynn. It's 71's not bad for sitting in a chair gaming. Nice. Thank you for gifting a sub to Morg. And thank you. I can't tell if the timer went up. I cannot tell if the timer decided to go up or not. I love how he fished for both Morg and Nice. Because I'm not sure if it went up or not. We're just gonna edit. Actually, no, it did go up. Okay, we're good. Because we've only been here for like 28 minutes, and I started at 15:26. Mister just found out about the fish, and now the pond's gonna be drained. But that's exactly what I have lurk bait for. The open fish to your heart's content. Yes, yes, it will be. Did you not know we had that? Oh, I can't get Dracula. That's so cute. I want one of those. Fishing stream before this? Oh my god. Wait, people fish on Twitch? That shouldn't surprise me, but it does. Also, I did get to the head pats. I finally put them in. The head bat redeem works. Look it up, I will. Ta-da. Jesus. We got a legendary. Holy shit. Zeph's got good RNG today. Zeph, would you like to join for peak after I perish? No? Okay. I refuse. That's fine. You share with only 6. This Jeep ain't gonna fix itself. That's true. Did you type LD20 or... Okay, I was about to say. You get a 19? Damn. Well, that's your dexterity check for fixing the Jeep. Good luck. I mean that in a positive way. Oof. Damn, y'all are like really enjoying the fishing. Making up for lost time? I just want money. I didn't even know Lurkbait had a currency system until I got it. I don't even know what you guys would do with the currency. I guess it's just a leaderboard? Let's see. That's the wrong command. Well, the daddy command is broken. No, I don't want to delete all sub-actions. Core. Alright, now let me see if the daddy command works. Nope. That sucks. So we're gonna disable that one for now. And we continue on fine. I meant to do fish anyways. You have gummy worms? Damn. I got a weird drawing of fish. Mark just... Did you just not notice that, Mark? A little while ago. Hehe. Oh, well, you are at work, though, too. I did. I was in a meeting. Oh, damn. Did your meeting revolve around the egg cult? I have no clue how you all are supposed to spend the gold. I literally think it's just bragging rights. I've had this game for so long and I still don't know. Uh-oh. I don't know how I managed to save that, but I'm glad I did. What do with gold? Oh, you guys can redeem it for cosmetics such as rods, lures, and bait. Oh, never mind. I misread it. Eventually you guys will be able to. Right now it is quite literally just bragging rights. They plan on updating it to have cosmetics later. So you're grinding for future cosmetics. I don't know, I've seen some people get like 100k gold. When did you get a McFish? Why is there a McFish? And why is it a burger and not a sandwich? Why don't you have a McFish? Because I don't like fish. I don't like eating fish. Ta-da! This is now a fishing stream. Listen, I can go boot up Animal Crossing. I can go boot up Animal Crossing and we can all fish. That is an option. Can you stop tearing up my chair, please? I don't know if this is good or bad. Apparently that is a good one. Now do the command mystery. Oh, hey. What's up? You got a scooter. It's your birthday stream. Do what you want. I kind of want to play Peak because this looks like a really cool map that I'm afraid is going to be a really hard map later. In a little bit, I planned on switching to DBD. I just don't want to do 15 hours of Dead by Daylight. I might lose what little brain cells I have. Okay, I have 51 brain cells. Yeah, it has a little bit of a queue. If y'all do it at the same time, it's gonna confuse the poor bot. Death, I'm gonna have no brain cells after like 2 hours of Dead by Daylight. Actually, do you prefer Death or do you prefer Rebel? So I know. Zeph has 81. Yeah, you're gonna need those for the Jeep. Don't really mind either, most people go for Rebel. Okay. We got up here relatively quickly. I mean, that tracks. You've had how many scooters now, though? No, you had the Razor and you had the other one. You've had two. Hey, thank you for redeeming your daily sacrifice. Welcome in. Oh god, Vorpal just sent me a snap. What do I... Oh, it's just saying happy birthday. Play gamers, hi! Hello. How are you doing today, Gabrielle? Ah, my voice. The voice cracks. I love how Mystery and Zeph are just full sending the fishing. Y'all are just having so much fun with it. Look, we taken an early vacation. That's fair. Yeah, just for the memes, since I already have one of these. It's intriguing, okay. I never said anything's wrong with it. It's just amusing that you guys love it so much. Because for a while there, I stopped opening it just in case. You needed a peaceful day on the pond for a minute. Ah, I got a ping. Oh, it's the fact that Me 6 took like 20 minutes to zoom in the screen without zooming in. On Twitch or like on the fishing thing specifically, because I accidentally zoomed in the fishing thing. Good. On my PC, oh, that's fair. I'm glad you found the lick command mystery. I about lost my brain cells trying to figure that out last night. Oh, head pats need moved. I'll move it later. I'll just move the VTuber for now. Because I set that up before I set the overlay redeems up. Well, before I set the bonk up. Ow. That'll make it worth it. Well, y'all were asking for it for a while. Yeah, that's green. I don't want that. The python. I'm not wasting a med kit on. That little stubbed toe of mine. Oh, those are scorch berries. Uh-huh. Oh god, you found the limit. I'm surprised it's not yelling at you guys for spamming the same command over and over. I am really surprised. Oh, it is? Oh god. Because you're talking in between. That's fair. I almost stepped on that. Oh, that's a bad button trim. It's making me wait. See, Zeph doesn't have the 30-second thing, or he's a mod. It doesn't yell at him. He could spam that, just the bot wouldn't respond. Yeah, no, I could just spam the button on my stream deck if I really wanted to. Also, I almost cried when I woke up this morning. I just want you guys to know you did make me almost cry. Again. Because I think I've mentioned before that my birthdays have always kind of sucked because people tend to forget about it. But the sheer amount of notifications I woke up to telling me happy birthday in multiple servers. You absolutely fucking love nerd. Thank you. That was a genuine first for me. I mean, Zeph can tell you for sure I did almost actually cry. I don't remember if this is the safe one. That is the safe one. Take it. Take the look. Well, I appreciate it. I'm not looking forward to the oven. Ow, ow. Not a tick. Nope, it's just the... So it was not good button shroom. Oh, that sucks. I did not almost die of almost crying. You just came back from the bathroom and saw me almost crying. And I was just like, I'm gonna cry. Fish command works. I know it works. It has always worked. Good tears though, happy ones. We take those. We could scout cannon ourselves up, but no. We do this legit. Phone charge before leaving things on 6%. That's fair. Why is it on 6% though? Did you not plug it in last night? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. It just dies that quick. There's no way that phone dies that quick. Are you closing apps? What did you do to the battery on it? For context, y'all, he has my old phone right now. His phone's still broken. Nothing I've been telling you. Yeah, but even when I used it, it wasn't that bad. Do you ever need a deodorizer? Like, the deodorant? Or, like, for around the house clothing? Yes, we do. Ah! Zap! Zap. How dare. You'll live. The product I use. We use Audubon typically, but I really want to get this thing called KOE, Kennel Odor Eliminator, because we have pets. Just post it in Discord. It is safe on pets. Back to your episode of pastime. Wow, Zeph doesn't love us. Huh. Tiff, are you good? No, you just need time to pass quicker. That's fair. I just like bullying you. You're married to me. I kind of have to bully you a little bit. Hi, Tiff. Tiff is running like laps around my desk. Tiff does not need to go outside, though. She wants the treats, because nobody's redeemed give a pet a treat for them. They've redeemed it to give me a treat. Which I'm not all that mad at. I'm not mad at it at all, actually, but we don't have ice cream, so sad. But we have ice cream, just ice cream I don't like. Oh, I could do a popsicle instead, now that I think about it. Tiff, I'm sorry. He just did it. Thought you said Sable. No, I said Tiff. Oh no. Well. I will get Tiff's snack now. Gonna make some hot pockets? Yay. I haven't eaten yet today either. I can't believe I missed that jump. Get some cake. I was waiting on you guys to cut it. A junk thong? Wait, who got a thong? Oh my god. Yeah, but I was waiting for you guys to be ready for it. I'm trying to be considerate. That's disappointing that it's actually a flip-flop. It would have been hilarious if it was actually a thong. Oh, I have something I need to set up later. I'm done fishing. Well. Flare. Bing bong. Bugle. I'm gonna annoy the piss out of the Scoutmaster while I do this. Hi, Tiff. Hi, Cade. We got this bing bong. Because it's a bugle. They don't sound very good.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
Oh god. Neko. That is the first thing Neko says today. Hated it too loud. Alright, let me nerf Neko a little.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
There, we nerfed Neko by 20%.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
Listen, just because somebody named them popping corn does not mean we need to put butter all over them. I don't even remember who named it in chat. I never clipped that. It's not like the human mayonnaise thing where I have the clip of it. Zeph, do you remember by any stretch of the imagination? Mystery, it is a per-person sound command. So Neko is the only one who can use it. I don't even think I can use Neko's sound command. Thank you, Neko.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
Oh god. Yeah, so I have a redeem that if you save up points, basically, I think it's 20,000 points, that you can get your own custom sound command. Actually, we're gonna keep Bing Bong in my inventory once I get some coconuts. And then you'll just DM me a less,
We need
like,
to get the butter for Lunar's tits
a
too.
short command, like a short MP3. Like Neko's is like 3 seconds, Doritos is like 5 to 6. Well, Mystery, we have the Bing Bong TTS. I don't know how it works, but it's supposed to work. While we have normal TTS. You're having fun with this one? I'm glad you are, Neko. But yeah, no. Too long didn't read. DM me, redeem it, DM me a short clip for what you want your sound command to be. As long as it's not gonna get me TOS to hell and back, and it's relatively short, you are good. I am a little like Neko's is probably the furthest I will go on TOS stuff, just on the safe side. I'm pretty sure it's safe on Neko's, but I don't want to risk it. I love I am the metric. Listen, that is about as wild as I think it can get on the TOS side. It's a good metric. Ow, Tiff, you don't have to scratch me. You gotta admit, Neko, it is a solid metric. In the fact of, am I going to get TOS for this? Probably, probably not. Oh, there's Sable. I can hear Sable doing the zoomies. What?
He needs to go outside.
Okay.
I'm cutting cake.
Oh. Hey. Okay, chat. While ads are running, I will be right back. They're scattered. I'm back. Who blew me up? Oh gosh. Sorry, Sable wanted to go outside. I'm gonna beat the metric up. Who's taking bets ringside? 50 channel points on Neko. Thank you, Alicia. Oh, I'm out of breath. Sable needed to go outside. Me too. Here. Start prediction. Oh, someone gave me balloons and then I didn't grab them in time. My birthday balloons. I'm already gonna have to use my bandages. Because somebody blew me up. I heard that too. Like, I had my headset on, but I didn't have my phone. See, I can't vote on it. But I heard the dynamite and I just looked at Zeph because we were both taking Sable outside and I was like, well, somebody blew me up. So my neighbors probably think Neko for oh god. Here we go. Here's some nice stuff. I did tell Zeph to just, when he brings me some of the cake, just bring me a little candle with it and I'll just blow out a candle in one piece. Because the guy who gratefully took Zeph to go pick up the cake because the Jeep's down, Zeph offered him a piece in return. I don't know what a balloon does, but we'll find out. Oh, yes. Ow. My balloons. It would be wild having Neko as a president. I have the lighter. Ooh, or Lunar. I'm like 10 years away from being a president. The laws I would make. Oh, you gave me the one that says 25.
All right, everybody.
Oh god, don't sing, please. My fan blew up my candle.
Turn your camera on.
I'm not turning the camera on, you know why.
Okay.
Oh god, you scared your tip away.
All right, here we go. Happy bitch day to you. Happy bitch day to you.
Love you.
Happy birthday, dear Lunar DVST.
I'm gonna fight you. Oh god, chat's singing.
Happy birthday. Yay, and many more. Wait, you're past 24.
Oh, my God. I don't know why people singing it actually like. Yay, birthday cake. It doesn't upset me, it's just like one of those embarrassing things. Like, I will gladly sing and embarrass other people. But myself, I will cringe. Oh god. Oh, my balloon popped. Neko, I feel like everybody would be a pink anime cat girl. See, TTS is 50 bits. Y'all could, technically. I'm not encouraging you to spend money. I'm just telling you. That is why Bing Bong is in the inventory. Controversial. I feel like you would make it to where everybody would have to be an anime cat VTuber. That is everybody's queer now. I'm migrating. I climbed all the way up here, thinking there would be... I kind of want to hear what some of these laws would be. Wait, Neko isn't even old enough to be president either. I thought you were. It's like 35 to be a president. I thought you were like right under it. I don't want to like say your age, but yeah, I thought you were. I was like, not that old, because I think everybody was waiting for Markiplier to turn 35 for it. With all the President Markiplier jokes. You and Neko are both almost there. I got 10 years. I got time. Time to plan my world domination. You're so— I am not a baby. I'm not little. I may be short, but I'm not a baby. I'm so glad Iron's not here to clip that. Yes, yes, you are. I'm not a baby. He is here? Oh, God. Iron. Iron, I am begging you. Iron Lord. The one who was clipping all the sus stuff from Morg stream. Yeah. He also clipped a lot from my last stream, which I now have enough footage to do a compilation of the weird shit I said. Yeah, he clips things. He's the sound clip wizard. I don't know, he clips the stuff, but just when we say something. Yeah, can you stop going for my cake, please? I just use a MP4 to MP3 converter after downloading the clip. It's just a website. You upload the file and you download the converted one. Comes in handy. I should know this stuff. But my options are limited right now. But is your inventory? No. I swear if you guys make me put everything but Bing Bong down, I might cry. I'll do it, but I'll cry. Could make it. I mean, yeah, I could. I'd just not be able to pick up anything. I'd have to eat it immediately. Like these. That crying is a good thing you cried this morning. That's a different kind of cry. Stress cry and happy cry are two different things. I would get halfway up the mountain and then I would just lose all steam because I'd have no food or anything. Hi, Tiff. My stamina regen, take another bite of my cake. I won't do it. You can. I've technically already beat today's map. It's not cheating. It's just a game-breaking bug. Yes, I know that technically is cheating. The single-player game, so. Surviving a cannon blast is not realistic. That's who. I also don't know how and why I survived the other day, but now I'm not surviving. Those hospital ER docs and surgeons and logics. It just depends on where the blast gets me. I can live without a limb. I'm gonna stress mystery out. Bleed damage. Listen. We don't talk about the fact that I have a blood disorder and that deep cuts and stuff are not good for me. You think this stresses me out? I don't know, I was mildly hoping. No, I know, but like, Mystery, if I'm bleeding badly enough to perish, I'm going to perish. That's why I said it. They didn't even give me blood thinners for my surgery in June because of it. Like the ones that the shot that they give everybody, they were like, no, we're not gonna give her that. That's gonna be bad. I know, Mystery, it's a playful stress kind of joke. Scooter Rider came up behind me when I was going in a sketchy area. Uh-oh. Slid to a stop behind me. At least they didn't hit you. That would have sucked. I'm glad you're okay. That does sound very stressful. I was about to get run over. As someone who's been nearly ran over, I feel that. Dude nearly got himself wrecked. Eek.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
Oh, there's Neko. Hi, Neko. Welcome back. Thought it was a car at first. I have almost been hit by a car. I can explain more if you guys are interested in that story. I almost got isekai'd. No. Zeph was not even there. It is not Zephyr's fault. I'm waiting for him to pop his head in the door like, what's my fault? So, the story on that is I was in college. And there are a pair of brothers in where I went to college that they each have a Dodge Challenger. One is purple, like almost black kind of purple, and the other's like bright white. They do loops around campus at like 1 in the morning. Like street racing, because nobody's around normally. Well, you didn't do anything, Zap. I'm talking about the Challenger dudes from... So does Zeph, Neko. See, Zeph has seen them, like their cars. I have pointed them out like when we were down on campus for something unrelated. He's not bullshitting you either, Neko. He actually has. Much to my unfortunate. Anyways. I was walking home from work. Oh my god. Next I'm gonna hear is Zeph and Neko just borrowing the fucking Firebird when it's running for chaos. Which one, Zeph? The one you cracked the block on? Yeah, I know you cracked the block on the white Mustang doing that. Oh yeah. So, before I continue the getting almost run over story. Hi, Gorpez. But before I continue that story, Zeph has borrowed my Firebird and pulled a Smokey and the Bandit for anybody who knows what that is. Back when it was running, he did it. No, they didn't. They did not find Zeph later because when they came to knock on our apartment door, Zeph was not... Okay, so mystery. They did read the plate, but they came to the apartment and I didn't know Zeph took my car. I didn't know my car was gone. So when they were like, well, where's your car? I genuinely didn't know. So I was like... So they took a report as it was being stolen, told me, oh, well, there's probably not much we can do as far as getting your car back. And I was actually upset. No, the fact I was home with my keys and I had the spare keys to the Firebird saved my ass. I did not get in trouble. Lunar did not get involved in this shit. The way they were just on your horns. How many vibes centipede segments? Like I did not think about that, and now I did. He had the other keys, mystery. He had the second set of keys. At the time, we had 3 sets. What did I walk in on? We're talking about street racing. Gorpez. But I thought Zeph was in the shower in our apartment. Oh, you did actually pull the ignition? No, I told them, I was like, listen, my husband's in the shower. His car's here. Because the Mustang's keys were right by the door. No, mystery. My sister had the third set at the time. I didn't check for Zeph's keys on the desk. I assumed they were in, like, on his keyring with the Mustang. Because, like, I was like, my husband's keys were here. Like, he's here. He just takes forever in the bathroom. Because easier. Mystery. The ignition had recently been replaced. Oh, well, that's not gonna work. Ow. Nah, it's not worth it. I don't know. The fact that you can pull the ignition out on my car and very easily hotwire it. He has rednecked my ignition to where if you don't know what you're doing starting my car, you can't get it to start. Especially on older cars like that, Neko. Like, it is literally pull out my ignition from the steering column. Which, when I replaced that, and yes, I was the one to replace it. Ow. I've been pelted. You twist two wires together. That's it. Alright. See, can I redeem myself? Yeah, I have hotwired my car before. Start Morg's car with a USB cable. Neko, she doesn't drive a Kia. Well, apparently when you're irritated with your wife and want to go street racing in the fun car, it is not easier. Hyundai's just as easy, that's fair. I didn't know that was as easy. Oh, my extra stamina. I see you talking about me. Well, apparently Neko can steal your car very easily. I'm always lurking. More just like the Wazowski always watching meme.
We need to get the butter for Lunar's tits too.
Hi, Chibi. Welcome in. Oh, God. That was one heck of a time for you to come in, Chibi. Was looking for that redeem. Ah. Ah.
Okay, anyway.
Okay, so back to the story about me almost getting ran over. So, I was walking home from work at like 1 in the morning, and I had to cross the street that they technically like street raced on. And keep in mind, there was full street lights on this road. Damn it, Zeph. Well, we get to sit here and yap then. Oh, you got him started on fishing again. Well, okay, so when I was crossing the street, and this is like a lit up street, so at night you can clearly see people walking, even if they're wearing all black, because this is a college campus. The purple Challenger came barreling down the road after I was like midway through the street. So I looked before I went across the street. And he almost hit me. And Mom would like some birthday cake if you can manage. If at all possible. Or is that why you redeemed the ban in game action? So I could get a... You'll think about it? No, so you finished story time. I was finishing it. But seriously though, that's all that it was to it. The guy was super apologetic. He barely like finished like slamming on the brakes in time. He tapped my leg with the thing, but I was fine. Like, oh, that story time. I was talking about you doing a Smokey and the Bandit. Like, you pulled into your friend's garage and killed the lights, so they didn't know where you ended up. And we had to sit there and tell the cops, and when, like, the next day, like, we called them, like, hey, whoever took my car for a joyride, they dropped it back off. Like, my ignition's pulled and everything. Kind of thing. So, that is why my car is not still reported stolen. But that is how also Zeph got away with it. I didn't know until much, much later that he did actually take it. I thought, for real, like, I genuinely believed that. Someone should... No! But there is... I have taken my car drag racing before. There was an event where we used to live, and they did it multiple times per year. They would block off one side street for drag racing. And, like, local car folks would bring their cars, and they'd all do quick little drag pulls. Well, I went up against somebody who hates Zephyr so much for no good reason. Like, to the point we genuinely considered getting a restraining order against the guy. Because he just would not leave us alone. And he drives like a 2009, I think, Nissan Altima? I think. But his name was another car brand. I'm not gonna say it in case he's like hate watching because he's weird. I don't know his Twitch username, but I do know he streams. But he got so mad that I beat him in the Firebird when I was calling Zeph because I was like, I didn't know Zeph was there. We had just had an argument, so I was there to blow off steam. I was calling Zeph to be like, hey, can you come down here and be ready in case the Firebird breaks down on me? Like, I have a bad feeling it's going to break down. Well, Zeph didn't answer. And I left him a voicemail. I did. Like, I thought he genuinely was just still irritated and thought I was trying to bug him when we agreed to calm down first. So the next round comes up, my car's still fine. I had shut it off between runs. Starts up fine. I pull up, and Zeph had just gotten his white Mustang like 3 weeks before this. Not very long at all. Like, I still was getting used to him having a Mustang, let alone a unique one like that. Because it had like orange crackles on the stripes. Not like vinyl peeling crackles, like it was intentional. And I get up to a white Mustang, similar. I was like, oh, it's a similar year, that's cool. I give Zeph another call, like, while we're waiting for everything to go. I didn't hear a phone ring, so I didn't think anything of it. I can't see the person in the car next to me, based on how the Firebird's sitting. And as soon as we were going to do the burnout, I was gonna, like, actually do the pull, my car overheated and shut off. Zeph, please. And as soon as the other car pulled ahead, I saw it was Zeph, because I saw the phone lighting up as I was calling him again. Like, on the phone mount on the dashboard, and I was like, you motherfucker. Yeah, you innocently fish while I talk about how you kicked my ass in a drag race. And the reason I didn't see who it was in the car... No. Oh, shit. Oh. Be gone. Oh, there's kingberries. That was the Scoutmaster mystery. He's not gone. Why do I still see the... Hi, buddy. Nope, that's in-game. Why does he keep disappearing? Hi, buddy. Why does he keep coming back? I want to know why he keeps coming back. He's like, and another thing. I don't know, he's... Maybe. I mean, he was spawned with crowd control. But how my car overheated at the drag race was the guy that hated Zeph was mad that, knowing I was his wife, that I kicked his ass in the drag race before. He quite literally drained my radiator. And my car was in the grass, and I was at the trunk side of it, so I didn't hear or see this, because you can reach up under the front of my car and do it. Like, you can do that without opening the hood. So I didn't notice it because, you know, grass, it just looked like grass. And my gauges, oh, that was close to poison. That was very close. I was waiting for another Scoutmaster to appear at some point. You're welcome. Thanks, Mystery. I called that. Jesus! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Y'all. The OG one was coming back. And now there's a second one. Hi, buddy. She didn't call that one. That's true. Oh no. I don't have anything to heal. He's coming back again. Where are you coming from, buddy? I hear him. Oh god, there they are. Oh, are they pulling each other? Well, that was interesting. I was just gonna accept my fate, but... Give you a bandage, but I only have 25 coins left. Mystery, I don't think a bandage is gonna do much. I don't think a bandage is gonna do much in this situation. Oh, he's coming back again. Oh no. Well, sorry, Bing Bong. The jump scare was amazing. I just find it funny that they started holding hands. Oh, yep. Thanks, Rebel. I will hydrate. Oh god. Y'all would make me cry. Okay, we did get a follower. I did go AFK. Label. Cat on desk. I did die. Get a snack because I had birthday cake. They would not be good tears if you all spawned the Scoutmaster on me, like individually. Must hydrate. It should be on, like, are you on mobile or are you on PC? Because if it's on PC, you just have to scroll down to my panels. Yeah, just scroll down. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna fix the ad thing real quick. What did I forget to turn on earlier? I didn't think I did today. I know I did last night. I had to fix K-Bonk though. Oh no, that doesn't count because K-Bonk, that was a new thing. I opened it. And it was technically working, it just wasn't like completely working. I did forget to set something up last night though. That I'm gonna fix real quick. Let's see. Then uh which where's the ad starts? Yay, more fishing. Oh, yep, you're fishing. Create the sub action on StreamerBot real quick. Just that way we don't. Y'all really like the thing. Alright. I don't think there's a commands list command anymore, sadly, Mystery. I don't think StreamerBot has one built in. I do not have a duel. I sadly do not have duel. Yeah, no, I need to take time to figure out what else I want to put on and stream stuff. I don't want to rush it and break stuff. And we don't have meds, but we do have a decent amount of food. I'm hoping the Bing Bong TTS still works with Bing Bong in the backpack. There we go. You know what would be really awkward? Is if the Scoutmasters from the last round just respawned. Like, not even if somebody dropped a new one, just if they came back. Because I don't know why they didn't completely disappear. That would be amazing. Would it be? I think y'all just like bullying me. Yes, no. Yeah, you do enjoy bullying me. It's part of the bylaws for being in the cult. I can't even argue with that. I'm pretty sure you guys did put that in the bylaws somewhere. We must abide. Wait, we have bylaws? Oh shit, hello. Thank you, Burrinos, for the cursed skull. Oh god. What does it do? No. Oh.
Hey, listen.
Thank you for the follow. That's what that does. But no, Mystery, there's not actually bylaws to the cult. I was joking. Antidepressants. Feeling good today. Y'all can make some if you want to. Redemption. Also, Burrinos, did I say your name right? In dues. There does not need to be cult dues. This is not a union. Drinks. Shit today. With required 15-minute breaks from culting. Oh my god. No. Blurp. Blurp. Fuck. Pangea is fixed now, sorry. Alright, I got an email real quick that it was like, oh, fix your overlay. That's what I was doing. But no, we are not a unionized cult. This is not a democracy. You guys can have required 15-minute breaks. Like, you can have your breaks. You do not need me to tell you that you can have breaks. But this is not a democracy. Oh, I don't know how to say it without calling myself a dictator, and that's not accurate either. I'm cult leader, yes. We must idolize cult leader. Worship the cult leader. Oh gosh. I didn't even start the cult. I got elected to this. I just leaned into it. I know you're being silly. I'm just saying I did not start the cult technically. So it started as a democracy. No. There was not a vote. I got told I'm a cult leader. Zeph. Still a cult nonetheless. I'm wasting all my stamina just for some coconuts. I'm just saying, I didn't start the cult. AC needs raised. Apparently it's a little too cold in the house for Mama Lunar. Eek. Just a heads up, y'all, ads are starting in a moment. Also, Zeph, I will change the AC in a second. I gotta cook these real quick. No mystery, but I still count it because where she's disabled. If we've got like a cord for the vacuum across the doorway, it's hard for her to get in here. So I will count it. Give me 1 second to grab that other half of coconut. She typically tends to go for messaging us, so. Oh, there were more coconuts closer. Alright, I'll be right back. And then we'll take an ad break. Oh, I have a recliner with heat massage. Oh, I wish. Alright, we're gonna do ad break, and I'm gonna actually get up and stretch, so chat's not gonna miss much. It was my dad's. Oh, my dad would have loved something like that. So much for Mars. My dad got. Wow, mystery. Can't get any hotter than ash. Wow. No, you are fine. Do not apologize for that amazing joke. I hit the wrong button. Mix it up. We don't want to open. For the last time, and here could be. Must it be? Okay. Now I can get back to moving. You're still in ants. I'm not doing much than the coconut thing, so. Another 50 seconds. Damn. There's only like 25 on my side. Oh. Mystery is a bingo winner. Welcome back. And off we go on another attempt to climb. No, you are fine, Mystery. That was funny. I mean, my birthday cake was a joke my dad wanted to make, so. Yeah, I am okay with it. When I say wow like that, it's because bad joke, but funny bad joke. If that makes sense. That's like my reaction to bullying, is the wow. Oh. I said it when you made the joke, so I must have leaned back too far or something. We'll find it later. I'm not subbed to the cult. Well, that's okay. Cult membership does not require subbing. I would be a bad cult leader if I said you had to sub to be a cult member. You never will. Just from this, follow it from the street corner. I know there are people that do that, like, and that bugs me. It's like, how can you say you care about your community when you don't count them as community unless they're giving you money? I don't do this for money. Like, yes, we are doing a subathon. However, I am doing this because it's fun. People like subathons for things like affiliate anniversaries and birthdays. And mine just happens to be on my birthday. I'm enjoying this channel so much. I'm glad. I'm glad people enjoy me being a silly, goofy, mildly sus person. Is stress reducing? Yay. It also helps y'all can help me, I'm guessing. Mildly. I'm not sus all the time. I have my good days. Like today, I am behaving. The birthday demon is behaving. Okay, let me get up here and I will give Tiff some treats. She has been begging for them.
Tiff is indeed getting treats.
Hey, Steph, that's my chair. For no memento, we are waiting on Steph. Get out of my chair. It's back turned. Someone's no.
Do it. Do it. I'm protecting it.
I can see.
I'm protecting it, Mystery. Quick, do it.
Okay, I have my chair back. You're going off to AutoZone. Have fun. Careful. Take ibuprofen. Sounds like you'll need it. We have resumed our climb. Muted stream by accident somehow. That's fair. I don't know why I climbed the entire way up that if I'm just gonna... Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, the jewelry mandrel in the backpack I ordered myself for my birthday arrived today. And I just want you guys to know I've already fixed my ring. So I have my wedding ring on again. Ah! Ow. Mystery. Mystery. Can we talk about this? That banana peel. Uh-huh, you did nothing. I guess it was just the wind. I don't know what you think you speak of. I don't know, it says Mystery Fox 1662 sent banana slip for 25 crowd control coins. It's Mystery's evil twin. It's fine. It lies. I have no coins. Hi, Tiff. Yeah, you used them all up on summoning the Scoutmaster. Just me and you now, Balloon. I have no clue what the balloon's actual purpose is. I just know it's here. And it's fitting because birthday. We could buy a bunch of bits. Mystery. Mystery. We can talk about this. We can choose peace. We don't need to send Lunar down a mountain. I am joking though. As long as you're not putting your credit card limit, remember? I remember. That doesn't mean spend your credit card limit. Neko does. Neko is Neko. I can't stop him even if I tried. If I try to stop Neko, he's just gonna do it more. I want to be part of a team. You're already part of a team by being here. Unless you're talking about Team Scoutmasters. Oh god, that would be awful if... Oh god. There we go. It'd be awful if y'all just spawned like a shit ton of Scoutmasters at one time. That has a whole different connotation for me. You're part of the team by being here. I look forward to you being here in chat, so. Heard that noise. Trauma and all. I'm sorry. But I genuinely do look forward to you being here. Oh, Team Scoutmaster. I thought you were- I was just meaning like spawning a bunch of them kind of team for a second. I'm actually an Eagle Scout. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh. Yeah, look, 15 years ago. I used to be a Girl Scout. I didn't make it very far. Hey. After I cook these, I'm gonna have to start dinner. Okay, that's all cooked. But before we head into the tropics, I will be right back. Okay. Oh god, mystery, I see that. I am back. Sorry, I had to handle some meat real quick.
Lizard.
Lizard. Mystery, that is at the very top of my screen. Will I ever figure out how to get out of the tropics? Yay, head pats. Ow. How am I already getting damage? Thank you for the head pats, Prowler. Oh, okay, yeah, that's worth getting the bandage. Wait, mystery, what is that supposed to say? 'Cause it's just dots for me. My preferences. Oh. Well, someone's stinky. Pasted a clip of you saying, oh. Because it just shows us like 3 asterisks for me. You should be able to paste in the Lunar's clip section too. What kind of meat? It was ribs. I was putting some ribs in the crock pot to start. Because Zeph's been working on his hit bike in the Jeep. So I figured I would help him by starting dinner. Where'd my ribs? They're not even done yet. They just started. They got like 4.5 hours until on high until they go on the grill. Chat. This is either gonna go really good or really bad. Mystery, you know why. It's a cannon. Why wouldn't it go bad? That went poorly, but I didn't take damage. I had already pasted it, sir. Or placed it. Ah! That one wasn't even you. At least I didn't take damage from it. That is the plus side. I did not take damage from the thing. Oh god. Let me get up to this. Yep, I see it, mystery. Also, where you got the bits, because bingo does not play nice with crowd control. Have fun climbing? I will. To hop off before too long. That's fair. Thank you for being here, though, mystery. Shower before work. Ah. Hop back on intermittently. I still appreciate you just stopping by, even if you don't end up being able to. Oh god, it is too dark for this. Throw it work as I can. Ah, have fun. I'll wait for the rain. Secret tunnel. I'm stuck. There we go. Ragdolling helped. Ow, poison. Oh god, mystery. Oh god. And ow. Oh no. That was a good one, but oh god. I've been ticked. Okay. I want is airline food. See how much. There we go. Damn. No. This is so hard. I can't tell what's a bush and what's a poison splody. Crabify me. What's the crabify? I want to know what that does. It's not even a cure. Oh god. That might not be a good idea. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. It's your bits. Do what you want. I just don't know what it does. Do it to yourself to test. I am actually getting somewhere this time. We'll see how far you get. Hopefully I get at least through the tropics. Two bits add to stream again. 2 minutes per 100. I need to add 10 minutes to the screen for the ones you did earlier. Because the timer does not actually do bits automatically, so I have to actually add them when it happens. You're casually looking at the purchase screen? Oh no. Tiff, 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 tiff. My cat almost ruined the run. Okay, glasses back on. Casually looking at it. Oh god. Are you planning on adding 6 hours? Because I swear. Mystery. Financial decisions are important, yes. I agree with that statement. Which is why you should not add 6 hours. Oh, ow. Probably did the math wrong anyways. Let me look. So it's 2 minutes per 100 bits. So 6 hours times 60 is 360 minutes times 2. You'd have to do 18,000 bits to add 6 hours if I did my math right. No, mystery. I mean, for context, Neko added 20,000 and 10 gifted. And that ended up being like 9 hours and 16 minutes. I saved that. Nice. It doesn't affect house bills, etc. That's fair, but what if an emergency happened? Healthy savings and joint account at the moment. I know this is poisoned, but hopefully it stays healthy. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know, I am the type that I am so used to not having money that I actively encourage people to not spend money on me. Mystery. Hoping down the cliff. Damn it. All in love, I know. Bye. I don't like the sound of that mystery. The, you know what? And then we pick on the. That doesn't mean you weren't about to.
I definitely would have. Now I'm heading autism.
Okay. You got the bike fixed enough to go? Or are you walking? I was thinking about the Scoutmaster. I know you didn't. It would have told me if you did. Oh no. Ow. Get me to the ledge. It shouldn't tell you. It's just because the activity feed on Twitch. If I take away my activity feed, which that's what I use to tell for follows and stuff, it wouldn't tell me at all until I would actually like tab into crowd control. How did I not die? I know that fall was all me. Multiple of these have been all me. Beautiful, how are you feeling? I'm doing good. How are you, Cupcake? Hope you're doing well. Oh, this is sad. I'm about to crochet across peak. Going well until I keep getting banana slipped. Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you. Oh god, mystery. A bee swarm. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. Thank you. We're actually getting somewhere this time. Okay, that's the chest we saw before. For the Scoutmasters. Are you the... I am. My own time. Yeah. Ow. Tropics. Especially when they're all like... Ah. Mystery. Yep. That happens. But when they're all thorny like this... Ay, ay, ay. So close yet so far. I got yeeted by the Scoutmaster. I didn't mean for it to be that effective. It's fine, mystery. It's fine. I just wanted to scare you. Well, it did scare me. It did spook me. Scoutmaster giving me like a wrecking ball. I don't even know what his first name is. I just know his last name is Myers. Oh, right. We got a balloon bunch. The meme thing. We got more balloons. Oh. It'd be funny if his name actually was Kevin, though. Hi, Bing Bong. We'll make it to the top this time, I promise, buddy. I believe so. Mystery. I'm not sure. I swear, if I climb this tree for a coconut, and I come down to like 4 Scoutmasters. I think you'll make it this time. Ow. Not 4. Maybe 5. Oh dear lord. I'm just gonna throw a coconut at the Scoutmaster if that's the case. I will, in fact, just lob a coconut at him. I kinda do too. I'm probably gonna miss. I'm waiting. No, they can't be killed, they can just be stunned. I'm waiting because I feel like you are about to spawn it. Gotta hop off. I'm not gonna. Are you ready for work? Have fun at work, mystery. Every time I say mystery, I keep thinking of the SpongeBob horse episode. Ah. That actually kind of delayed the animation with the balloons. The parting slip. I'm floating. That's what balloons do. You just have to get enough of them. If these pop at the worst time. Yay. Oh. One pop. That's just the purple one. Do. Oh, there's one all the way up there. Okay, this is going a lot smoother for this section. Tropics are still gonna kick my ass. But hopefully I don't have to worry about my ass slipping every 2 seconds. I say that with love for mystery. But maybe I can get through the tropics. I think this is how I went up before. I think I did it with a rope, though. Just waiting. My stamina. There we go. Oh, I see where it was. Uh-oh. That's a lot of yellow crispberries. I'm not complaining though. Okay, there's the one that was like double columns. There we go. I just realized this is gonna be my longest stream ever. Last year was my longest stream to date for last year's Subathon, but this year has already doubled that. Almost tripled it. The heck? I blame Neko. In a good way, though. In case Neko's still lurking. Hey, I made it up here before ads. Alright, it is time for ad break. I'm gonna stretch and move. Maybe get a non-cake snack, so we will be back in a few minutes. Mystery. Oh god. Oh god, there's bing bongs. I went to go put ramen away. Why is there a dozen bing bongs? Oh no, I'm at the peak of the tropics. Bing bong? Bing bong! She's alive, thank god. Hi, Benny. Oh god. Sorry, I was AFK. Kinda tweaking. I'm sorry, Benny. I went to go put a snack in the microwave. I know it's not you, Mystery. I'm just not calling out a lurker. Hi, Benny. I'm okay, I promise. I was AFK, so the light was fucking with my tracking. Yeah, it was not me moving. I cooked a bing bong. I do have to get my ramen in a minute. Cooked bing bong, literally me. Somebody gave me like 10 of them, so I gotta... We're just gonna spread bing bong's joy throughout the world. Till I hear the microwave beep. Nothing wrong with a cult leader. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not perfect. There's just nothing physically wrong with me except for a lot of things. Just not the things you're thinking. There. We have spread the mission of Bing Bong. Oh yeah, the statue. I forgot about the statue. I'll sit down and have some lunch with us. Jello today, actually. That's my immediate response to Pandora's lunchbox every time. I got pinged. I got somewhere. Oh, there. Also, if nobody saw, there is a maid redeem now. Tastes poison better? What poison, Benny? Hopefully it hides the taste of pickle juice. I'm waiting for Mega to kind of be around for that. I have the Jello ready. It is all ready. Yeah, there's no poison here, Bunny. What's funny is I don't even like Jello. Mega just... Oh god. I just got this bandage now. I have to waste it. Just Mega was requesting Jello when I was in the hospital. Which nurses did actually bring me Jello because they thought it was me yelling at them. So that is how the Jello roulette came to be. Everything is ready for that. I don't even like Jello Mystery. I don't mind it, I just don't like it. This is the most Jello I've eaten in the past 10 years. Yeah, fruit punch is pretty much fruit punch. There's other flavors of Kool-Aid, but there's not other flavors of fruit punch. Man about the no poison here. Mystery, shush. It's in the bylaws. You can't tell them about it. In our non-existent bylaws, Mystery. Ah! Tony! That one wasn't even Mystery. I lost my rope cannon, though. I know, Mystery, that's the joke. There's not bylaws. You can't tell me that's not in the bylaws if there's no bylaws. Yeah, there we go. Yes, the Schrodinger's cat bylaws. There is no bylaws until I say something's in the bylaws. Even then, there's still no bylaws. Just like there is, but is not a cult. I don't know what I was expecting with that. All wives and husbands belong to Lunar, but we are also not a cult. Exactly. Benny gets it. But we also are a cult at the same time because I call myself a cult leader. Like, I got tired of saying it wasn't a cult last year, so I caved, and then the people who started the cult are no longer here, so. If that tells you anything. We're a sect for tax purposes. Listen, if I could get a tax break, then I would. How many times has Loon been married? Legally, once. Ow. Legally, just the one. But Mega calls me your wife. Dio Howl calls me your wife. Three, technically. Then we have the joking spouses. Now in our cult, on Cult of the Lamb, I have like 8 spouses. I have married like half a chat there. Get you all to do my bidding. No, my Python. What does Neko call you? A little sister? I think. Yeah, that's what I thought. He just didn't tag me in that one post. Because that was when we first met. I kind of assumed that much more, yeah. Oh, ow, fuck. I don't know for sure if he calls me that. That's just what I've heard him say. He's got a big family, doesn't share SMH. Well. Eh, eh, eh. You know what? It's fine. Rope cannon it is. Actually, I shouldn't be doing this wall. It's raining. I don't have Twitch family. Maybe one day. You're part of the cult now, Mystery. All we gotta do is make you end up being a VTuber. Mystery's about to be like, oh god, where do I abandon this family at? One day I will find my Ohana. Sir, you're already part of the cult. Listen, as long as we don't get Cult Road merch, I'm good. Alright. Apprehensive of calling me family because Sweet Home Alabama. You laugh, but I've actually thought about that. What? Dropping off this family at like a fire station? Or becoming a VTuber? Because you could totally pull an Echo and just... Catgirl. Morg's got some good resources in her Discord. And Morg can tell you, I was a face cam streamer. Benny, no. But Benny, yes. Bad, I'm getting the spray bottle. Why the spray bottle? I'd be a fox. I mean, if you don't mind the female model, Suika's model does have, like, cat ears that you can make into fox ears really easy. I just don't do fox stuff. Becoming a full-time job, that's fair. Some coyote. Benny! That might be the end of this run. Oh, yep. Sorry, Bing Bongs. I don't know how to do any of that. I didn't know either until like a month and a half ago. I have only been a VTuber for a month and a half. Oh no. I fully do not recommend making one yourself. I recommend buying a customizable one until you know what you like. And I would always be down to help. I was trying to revive. I'm sorry, Mystery. I would also always be down to help with what I've learned. That sounds cultish. Egg cult? Sorry to leave you so early, but I gotta sleep. Constantly sleepy the last couple days. No worries, Benny. Appreciate you stopping by. Well, we got the cannon. You all know what we have to do. HP Victus. I have no clue what an HP Victus is. Yeah, V-Roid is free. Ow. What the hell? What? How did... How? That was a fast... real computer maintenance, etc. Well, if you ever decide you want to get into it more, between Neko, Morgan, and I, we are all down to help. Yeah. And I think we covered just enough time differences to be available whenever you would need them. Not terrible at all. Oh. To be able to run the chibi model or V-grade model without much issues. That is true. Yeah, I think we're gonna switch to DBD. So, give me 1 second. Because I'm struggling on peak. And... end session. We are launching DVD. I did find out that it is not me for why that was having issues. So, like, it says, like, it was saying easy anti-cheat, but when I went on Twitter after the... Sorry, I am losing my train of thought. Oh, my ramen, fuck. But I went on Twitter after stream that day. Oh, I know why it's blurping out mystery now. I have links disabled if you're not a mod. I would send that in the Discord mystery so I can actually see it. For safety reasons, I have it to where chat, if somebody who's not a mod puts in a link, it just removes it. I forgot about that. Because you get people spamming links to viruses and shit. I was wondering why that wasn't working because I have my like filter thingy off. Alright, game scene. Change what the game scene is. Refresh K-Bonk. And we are good. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab my ramen. Well, so much. Like I said, just sharing Discord. Okay, I'm back. I've got my ramen. Well, I was saying I would just put it in Discord mystery. We'll do a couple survivor matches.
Fantastic.
It's in there. I can tag Lunar and work. Let's look at this real quick. Okay, it's got an RTX 4060 in it. Well, 4050 in it. And that processor should be able to handle what Morg was talking about. Yeah, you definitely should be able to at least run that. Okay, quests. Into the fog. Repair 1, vault 2 times, be chased. Mystery, let's just say your graphics card is beefier than mine. The rest of it's pretty on par. Yeah, you should absolutely be. I would recommend getting a second monitor to make it easier, but you don't have to. OBS is a free broadcasting software. It's what we use. Meld Studio is also a really good lightweight option. There's a couple things I use that is not in Meld yet, so I swapped back to OBS for the time being. I also don't have a desk. That one might be a problem. But that's about to get from the nursery. Yeah, don't take away from... Yeah. That was a roar. Is that Demogorgon? No, that's a pig. Shit. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, Morg has really good resources in her server for VTubing. Its baby is much more important. Oh, that sucks. Just thought for maybe one day down the road. Yay, it's never too late to start. I'm committing to the bit on the gen. Drive to work and actually focus on driving, so talk to you later. Yes, focus on driving. Driving is important. Be safe. Try not to almost have an accident this time. You better not. Drive safe. Oh yeah, the Azari got her thingy off. I hope this pig does not just come over here. I don't. Hi, Felipe. Shit. But how are you doing? Yeah, we're good now. We're not healing. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. How's your day been? Oh, there goes Renalto. Why are you going on that one? I am also eating ramen noodles right now, actually. It's hot and it burns. Mine aren't spicy though. And they're also not that hot because I forgot about them in the microwave.
Right.
Be chased for 20 seconds. I got chased for a single second apparently. And vault 2 times in chase. Kind of follow the rules and make sure you have a great day. Oh, thank you. Hope you have a great day as well. Thank you for that, Dads. It just has a little SpongeBob that pops up on the screen and licks my VTuber. Nothing weird. Oh, nice. We have the unhooked temps. I feel like that's a Mori on that last one. Oh god, it's Kaneki. Oh, yep. I will hydrate. Thank you, Felipe. I feel like this is a bad map for the ghoul. That is the Subathon countdown. Oh, Jesus. That was close. So we have 11, well, just under 12 hours until stream ends, and that's because it's my birthday. And my affiliate anniversary. Although I will be pausing the timer to go to sleep. So, like, I'll end streaming about, like, 11 o'clock EST. Or midnight. And then we'll come back the next day, and which is a day I do normally stream, and I'll add that time onto my normal stream time. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary people, William Afton. Here, it is my birthday. With my daddy was a great father. I'm sorry, Felipe. Hey. Welcome to the Dead Dad Club. If you ever need to vent, my DMs are open. I'm just watching this happen in the distance. DM, direct message, yeah. You are perfectly fine to DM me on Discord or Twitch. Twitch I might not see as quickly, but you are still welcome to it. What do I say if I could message you? If you just need to talk about where you said your dad passed, if you're just needing to vent about that. Just disclaimer, I'm not a licensed therapist by any means. All I can really offer is a listening ear. I may not answer every single question if it gets a little personal, but you can always ask me stuff, yeah. Also, just gonna say hi to William again because I don't know if you heard me. I got distracted. Oh. Someone had an invocation down there. Oh, the basement's over here, isn't it? Please don't come over here, Kaneki. Shit, dead man switch. I'm gonna help in the evocation. I don't know where Kaneki went, but just finished eating noodles. Yay! I finished mine before the start of this match. I feel like this is a hyper-focused Rebecca Chambers. Shit. I hate that. I need to vault over something else in this chase. Questions like your favorite food or favorite color? That's fine. Favorite food's usually mashed potatoes and gravy, or damn it. I needed that. My favorite color is pink. Favorite color's light blue. That's awesome. It's a good color. There we go. I'm glad I hit over there. I kind of figured the side was gonna be like he was gonna come and get the Claudette right before. Oh, it was not a hyper-focused Claudette. My favorite food's corn. I'm not the biggest corn fan, but it's okay. Yay, they got out. Is it a scary game? Not really. I just get jump scared a little bit by it. Yeah, it's not all that scary. Buy the game before you play it? Yeah. Unfortunately, that is a thing. They do have free weekends sometimes. Like, rarely. And occasionally when I have the extra money, I do run giveaways for the game. I wait till they go on sale and I grab a key for it. For the giveaways. That way I don't have to spend a ton of money. Oh god, I'm the obsession this time. Kia stole? I know you guys can't see the username, but that is hilarious. It's gonna be funny if we get a spring trap after the William Afton guy came in. It's a trapper. Oh, made it work safely. Try to have fun when I'm already EP. shit. This work. Damn it. I'm trying to piss off the killer again, Felipe. He's just the trapper. He's not that bad. Hope Dolores careful of the trap. Don't murder her. She needs to live. That's fair. Oh, yep. I must have pissed him off. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna slug me. Oh, I really pissed him off. Get him, get him, get him. Get him, Laura. Yes. Oh, that was fun. I greatly appreciate that, Laura. Oh. I'm gonna send you a message on Twitch. Okay, I will look at it after stream, Felipe. Oof. Honestly, my question if that bug still works. Nails. Oh, thank you. Can we get over there without getting... Nope. I will say we tend not to talk about religion here, Felipe. I appreciate the sentiment, but just because it can be a very spicy topic. Again, I do appreciate the sentiment. I really do. It is solely just because it is a hot topic. Damn. Make you feel that's fair. And like I said, I do appreciate it. I just don't want to have anybody like get the wrong idea or start an argument in chat. I am not escaping this match alive. Well, there we go. Yeah, it happens. I'm fully back. It's fine. It happens. I was taunting him quite a bit.
Where's Toto?
Alright. Ads look like they're over. Rose, welcome in. Thank you so much for raiding in. You guys were playing some Dead by Daylight as well, I'm hoping. I don't know if I did my raid shoutouts right. Yeah, were you guys playing Killer or Survivor? Good to see you too. How have you been? Oh, thank you for the follow. Played mostly Survivor. That's cool. I am also a Survivor main. Sometimes I dabble in Killer. Who's your main? Oh, wait. Today was your first time streaming it? Nice! Who'd you play? Did you have fun? Oh my Killer, that's fair. I still hope you had fun. But I am a Survivor main. Ooh. Played Trapper. Nice. Actually just went against a Trapper. But if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. I appreciate you bringing over your community. I'm a Fangman main. See, I never played Fang. I don't think I have her unlocked. I am a Sable main. Really, I don't even think I have her unlocked. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't even get her yet. Yeah, Rose was giving Hook love all stream. And that's totally valid. Had some fun games today. Well, that's good. Stream been going for you? It's good. We started off with some Peak. Did that until I realized I wasn't getting to the top, and now we're doing some Dead by Daylight. It has been a fun birthday so far. Oh, thank you. I did get some bingo events. There we go. Sorry, if my model is randomly blinking, there's a like fly buzzing around and it's bugging me. Oh, came in and already got bingo. Woo! Wonder who's our killer this time? Not Springtrap from what I can see. Last week I saw that. Oh, it's a Myers. Sleep, I am gonna remind you this is an 18 out stream. If you are under 18, I will have to ban you. Oh, he just wants to farm. If you, this is an 18 and up stream, Felipe. If you are under 18, I will have to ban you. I am sorry to say that. Just we do make a ton of very sus jokes here. So, for safety reasons. Hydrate. Yes, I will hydrate, Rebel. Thank you. Because he's damaging the generator. Oh, he wants us to finish it now. We're gonna follow him. Yeah, it's a Myers. Oh, that Michaela's just gonna go get hooked now. I love when we get a good Myers. That poor Michaela wouldn't have even gotten flashlight, like, smacked if hadn't flashlighted him. My favorite and everything. I've actually never seen the movies, but I do want to watch them. It really does make it enjoyable. I try to like balance out friendly killer and non-friendly. I have to find out where that Meg is. I want to help on that gem, but... Oh, here it is. Oh. Oh. We've been bamboozled. Back once again, I was busy checking something. Welcome back, Fitly Bay. We've been fucking bamboozled. Oh no, that's not Michaela. Okay. Oh. Ophi, get down. I'm just waiting. I'm not going for the Michaela though. Thank you for redeeming your daily sacrifice. No, it's no Ed Morg. He let us get through all of that to slug. I think at least, because he's slugging the Michaela. But he let the Sable get out. But I don't know. Like, he's not letting the Sable get the Michaela. And that is the one that flashlighted. So I don't know if... No, like, if he's purposely doing it. Or if they're all just... Okay, he's downing the Sable every time the Sable goes for the Michaela. I'm just gonna wait so I can get the late leave. Let's see what he does with the Sable. Yep. Waited to drop her. Okay. Nope. Spam flashlight at me, I leave. I wish there was a Lightborn for survivors that just completely muted the flashlight light. Okay, one more quest. 2 chests. Yeah. Thank you, Iffy Badly.
Yum.
Ooh, Coldwind. Yay, one of my favorite maps. Alright, chest hunting. I'm not even gonna take the stuff out of them, I just need the chest to open. I don't want to sabotage either. Do we just not have any chests? Apple without... Okay. After this one, I will have to go to take a small little break. Okay, you're getting that. And I'm gonna... Someone's playing Spirit. There's almost always a chest down in here. Yes, there is. speed. I don't have any speed perks. So I will have to refund that. I don't know what to put. You can always look up a list of DVD perks. I'm looking for a chest. Stop this gen from our crossing at least. I'll be lurking while I de-stream. No worries. I appreciate you bringing me your community. Have fun with your de-streaming stuff. There was a hook right there. Yep, she found it. Alright. Oh, there's another chest. Yay. Yeah, I just saw it, Morg. I handled the one thing, the second part of it. I will handle it as soon as this match is done. But I already took care of the art bot. That's what I was staying still while I was on the hook for. I'm glad you saw a funny video, Felipe. I appreciate it. I've got it to where I have Discord close enough to my main monitor. I can see when the number ticks up. Oh, poor Roger Rabbit. There we go. Had to tab back in. I know there's several gens already started. Yep, there's one. Commit for the bit. To do. Yep, I kind of figured that's like she was coming. Also, Morgan, I suspect the other person who joined the Discord is also one, but I'm not sure. Let you know if... Okay, thank you. I don't know where that was. Oh, that way. Do. Oh, damn. Rest in peace. I was laughing so hard that I cried tears. Well, I'm glad that you had fun with that video. I will be right back, chat. I will have my phone, so please behave. Alright, chat, I am back. Headset back on. Do apologize for that taking so long. Alright, quests. All of the End of the Fog quests are finally done. Let's do some killer. Messages. Energy. No, sorry, I just need an apology. Just closing our history. From my life, so. Bone apple teeth? Right one, wrong time. Worse to me. I do want this though. This is a cool banner. I'm on me for the last time. Bad for you, you're the worst to me. But baby, we just ain't meant to be. I do want to get Ghostface at some point. Ah, I'm being licked. Ah. Playing games in different sections. Just looking for some images from my life, so pictures of you in comparison. I did, Felipe. Long time. I'm gonna count the bot gets banned thing for the thing Ward messaged me. Hold me twice, and hold me for the last time. Yeah, dude, works to me. But they know it just ain't meant to be. Graphic art bot just got banned from my Discord server for being a bot and trying to scam people. I don't do temporary bans. The closest you get to a temporary ban with me is timed out. If, you know, if it comes to that. If you're banned, you're banned. F, ma'am. There we go. Yeah. Nick Cage. There we go. Hi, Dorito. Thank you. I know I said it multiple times. A happy belated birthday to you too. Alright, who put David off the hook? But how are you doing today, Dorito? Everything's good. Best I can be, you know, that's fair. Hope things get better for you. That didn't go according to plan. Hello. Oh, thanks for the hug, Felipe. Hands up, because that was like right here. Make some chicken Alfredo with wet ribs. I'm good. Felipe, I have anonymous follows on, so when you redeem the "it was me," it's meant for if somebody follows and they want their follow acknowledged with the name. Like, I still thank people for follows. But I don't want to have them show up on screen in case somebody has like a racist username or a homophobic one. Well, then where you're hurting worse. I'm sorry where you're hurting. Because I ate Alfredo. Well, not Alfredo. I ate ramen earlier. So, okay. This is a really bad match for me as Spirit. And they're all gonna get out. Yep, I figured that much. That's fine. Sorry, chat. Zeph was coming to show me that he's ordering food for not quite dinner, but like lunch for him. That is all good with me. What am I going to do? Don't break the fish. Oh my god. Zeph and Mystery broke lurk bait. Hang on. I had to reopen it. There we go. Oh, chatbot outage. Oh, you got one of those like gummy fish. Not a good map for spirit. Oh god. I will hydrate, thank you. Hi, Leon. Jesus Christ. You're not slick, Leon. Hi, Kate. Got a rare fish. Yay! Oh Jesus, that scared me. What? You got a treasure chest? Yeah, I see. Oh no, it's more than that much. You're cheating. I don't even know how much the thing was actually worth. Alright, so they're all healed up. I still can't believe I had to restart the fishing thing because of you guys. Ew. Let's do... You guys are upstairs. That was one way to solve the loop. I had a feeling they were still going for that outside gem. Yep, no Kate in there. How did they get the bot off hook? Alright, come on. On to the hook you go. I want to be close enough I can see, but not close enough that she gets off the hook. I fully expect this Leon to try and save her. Leon, that's not very nice of you. To leave Elodie for herself. There we go. That's a much better match. I got all the gens done, but I still got a 4K. That's not me being salty though either. It was just a good match. Alright. What do we want to play? DVD's already getting a little boring. And we still got 10 more hours. We want to go back to Peak. Hi Dip, welcome in. Thank you for the happy for the anniversary. I still love your emotes. But hi. Could do more Peak. We could work on our Baldur's Gate run. Or we could do more DVD. We're gonna go ahead and run a poll. Let's see if somebody has any other options. Like, if there's something else you guys want to see. I'm also down for that. But there's a poll up for what you guys want. I don't want to be boring on my birthday. I do also have repo.
These nuts.
Okay,
Got
Dorito.
him!
Okay. I'm glad I got that set back up for you last night. When I switched the bots. No, okay, so when Mix It Up broke, I started switching bots. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get the bare minimum set up for the subathon to save time. And then I was like, never mind, I think I am gonna set up their sound commands. Because they're a lot harder to do in Streamer Bot than Mix It Up. So. I didn't break it again, I just almost didn't put it back. Alright, let's take Peak 1. We go back to Peak. I wish my other profile would work, because I miss the chirplings. Da-da-da. Download some more hats. Oh, what's the motto? I'm just gonna add Peak chirpling. Download it. Download with dependencies. See if this breaks it. Did Pete just crash? I broke it. Didn't break it this time. Plus, I found out what was making my model tweak out earlier when I went AFK and Benny came in. I had my mirror facing my camera, so when I stand up, it was reflecting the VTuber's face into my camera, and it was tweaking out the tracking. Okay, so it is something with the chirplings that breaks the game. Fuck. I'm trying to find like a nice balance of my mods, because something's broken and it's not working. Nope. I didn't get the right mods disabled. What's the dependencies for the chirpling? Hi, Tiff. Tiff's crying. It's fine. I think I fixed it. And it crashed. Wait, did it crash? Yep. I'm failing at launching peak. What do you want, Tiff? You got a mackerel. Alright, let me get crowd control open. Y'all can bully me. Alright. Alright, you know what? Hey Dorito, have you seen this bug yet? Same. I may or may not have already gotten to Ascent 7 with it. I love that they're leaving it in. The cannon could quit sucking me off. I think I'm stuck. There we go. It's okay, Bing Bong. It's you and me. The balloon's like tweaking out over Bing Bong's face. Yay. I'm so curious what this does when there's multiple people. Like, does the Scoutmaster come spawn? Does the other person just have to completely? Do they get left behind? I want to test it. But Zeph won't play Peek with me. Alright, I'm gonna do something real quick. Vaccination. Okay, I'm getting up to stretch for a few minutes. I will be back. Un momento. Okay, I'm back. I have pizza. Sync up the coach. We're gonna test this.
What's up, beautiful people?
Okay, I sent you the code.
Downloading.
There's only like 6 mods in it, I think. 5. Because our usual mod pack's busted.
Hold on. Okay. Okay.
Let me know when I can send the invite.
Oh.
I'm going to presents. Today. Although I figured out which mod it is, and that makes me sad.
What?
The chirpling.
Oh. Oh. Great.
What?
Hold on.
If it
That
crashed,
broke.
it did that to me a couple times.
It worked. You say it did do that?
Yeah. It crashed 2 separate times, but it's not like if you launch it again, it should be fine.
Okay. Oh, I see the land crab. Send it.
I'm heading to the kiosk. Give me 1 second.
1. I don't see an invite. Now I see an invite. That was like 3 seconds later.
Technically, I was clicking the send thing when you said 1.
Um.
Did you crash?
Just start it. Just start it.
Why are you bugged?
I can see you from where I'm at right now. I'm in a wall, basically.
Hmm.
I got a whole view over gate 7. Oh yeah, this is really cool.
What?
I just saw you disappear. Hope your flight don't crash.
Oh, it didn't take you with me?
No, I'm still sitting in like at gate 7.
Oh my god.
I'm broken.
Okay, you relaunch.
That was cool.
I might use this to test something.
They're there so you don't like die from a high place.
Not that.
Oh,
I don't know what Crabify is. And Mystery was saying, test it. Oh,
Crabify.
I don't know.
Crabify.
Yeah.
I can't.
It's under crowd control. Alright. While you're relaunching, I'm gonna do something funny.
I'm ready.
Oh. I was gonna beam the fucking Scoutmaster with a coconut, but...
I like doing that to the Scoutmaster. Let's see if I can even get in this time with no issues. Am I going to spawn in a wall again? Yes. I'm in a wall.
I can see you.
I'm in a wall.
How'd you get that already? I don't even know what you put it on. I'm scared now.
Very difficult.
Can you even
Number
set it?
7.
Can you even put it on number 7?
I don't know.
Okay, you put it on Tenderfoot. Let's hope we
They're
get the
on-
cannon legit. Alright.
Really? You got the cannon?
Do you want to do it legit?
Go
I
ahead.
thought you were here for testing.
I'm here for testing.
Get out of the cannon first. I was gonna be the one to test it. I just want because I know you're gonna get motion sick easy.
I'm already motion sick. Go ahead.
Hang on. Don't light it.
What happens if I light it?
It launches me sooner than I am hoping for.
Okay.
Don't launch it. I gotta get the backpack in there first. That's part of the bug. I'll be able to light it and run in the cannon, so you can literally just stand there.
I'll light it. Just tell me when.
Not yet. I feel like you're trying to trick me. I think Sable's dreaming, because I can hear her doing her little dream
is.
note. Alright.
You ready?
Oh wait, no, I don't have the flare,
Grab the flare.
That would have been bad. You already threw Bing Bong away, didn't you?
No. I'll go get Bing
Alright.
Bong.
No. No, just launch me.
Bye.
Kiln Peak. Okay. All right. Are you getting the countdown? I will hydrate, Felipe. Thank you. There's me. Oh, it does leave you behind.
No, I killed myself.
Why'd you do that? I wanted to see if it leave you
I
behind.
needed the achievement. I needed the achievement. I got a new fit now, so I'm happy.
What was the fit?
The get left behind.
Oh, I think I got that first try. Because I died in the kill.
Yay. We beat Peak.
Hydrate doesn't have a cooldown for a Oh god. Ow. Yes, I will hydrate.
Hydrate faster.
I am there. I hydrated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that one.
You left me behind. How dare you?
I didn't leave you behind. You left yourself behind. Yeah, I know. Tell that to Scoutmaster Myers.
I am Scoutmaster Myers. Aha.
I mean, I can't really drop anything in here, Felipe.
Wait, you need something to jump? Or drop?
I'm just gonna refund it. What in the fucking hell are you doing? How are you getting this stuff?
Here, you can drop something now.
Why can't? Oh, could you?
Yeah, you can drop it now.
How are you getting this stuff?
We don't talk about it.
We're talking about it.
It's the emergency in case you need something that actually breaks during the game. We have the ability to actually get it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, this is a morale boost. Yeah, that's also not right now, Felipe. That's for if we do a drop. And I can't refund that one because it bypasses the queue. I am aware Zeph is pushing me. No, bing bong! Poor Bing Bong's just getting bullied by you. You took Bing Bong out of my backpack. Put him back right now. What do you have against Bing Bong?
He kidnapped my family
I'm
on
right
this
here.
deserted island.
No, Bing Bong!
Here, I'll put him back real quick. If you hold still.
I'm preparing for our dangerous journey up the mountain. Oh, are you just going for it?
I'm going for those 2 chests up there.
Oh, yeah. Just keep in mind your balloon will pop over time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scout cannon.
Mm-hmm.
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 There's 2 scout cannons. It's all the way up and then 3 ticks down. But you need a backpack or something to put in it to ragdoll you with. Oh gosh.
Whee!
Are you dead?
Mhm.
There you go.
That was fun.
Did it make you more motion sick?
Yes, it did.
And why did you do it twice?
Because why not?
Is there anything you can play that's not gonna make you motion sick?
Yes.
What?
Minecraft.
Hmm.
It's about the only thing.
I really feel like playing Minecraft.
It's just the bobbing when you go to climb. It's
You didn't
oh.
turn. You didn't turn off.
No, I did.
Oh, where you have there's reduce.
Mhm.
I mean, you can leave the expedition. I'm not gonna get mad.
Yep.
Bing bong.
I'll save you Bing Bong so she doesn't have to worry about saving you.
I'm waiting for. Then Zephyr left the expedition.
Do you really want Bing Bong that bad?
Yes.
Alright.
What do you have against Bing Bong?
I have nothing against Bing Bong.
You just think it's fun to bully me with Bing Bong.
Well, I just threw Bing Bong up the mountain and he recoiled, so. I'm coming up with Bing Bong.
How far up can I ping thing?
How far up are you?
Not very far.
Okay.
Where did you go?
Up. Most logical answer I can probably give you.
Hi, Mega. Crowd control is on. Okay, I am seriously confused to where you were at. Are you past where we were before?
Yes. I see you. You just jumped down a block.
I don't see you.
I'm in your screen. Turn back around.
Oh. So you were behind me that entire time.
Apparently.
There's a chest right behind you. Bing bong. Bing bong.
You want ping pong that bad?
Yes.
I threw him down the mountain.
Again? He's staying in my... Oh, Jesus. I see where this is going.
Hey, hey, come here. Come here. Come here.
I have
Here.
Bing Bong.
No, you don't. You don't. You seriously don't.
Do I?
Oh. I'm just gonna put them in your backpack for you.
I don't trust you to not take them again, so I stay in my inventory.
Okay, hold on.
I'm being overloaded with Bing Bongs.
Come here. Take his family.
Oh, Jesus.
That's his wife, his daughter, and his son.
Thought Bing Bong got divorced. Bing Bong's wife left him for another Bing Bong.
Hold on, then. Hold on.
Oh
Hold on.
God,
Hold still.
Mega.
Bye, Bing Bong's wife. She's never heard from again.
Leaving before Mega can do anything.
Yes.
Ugh.
I don't want to die.
I feel like I'm about to get the Scoutmaster on my ass. Okay, I need to add 30 minutes to the timer, so... Alright. You're 30 minutes to the timer? Burrito. Oh God. Mega! Mega!
There's
Okay.
tornadoes now?
What's 9 hours in a minute? 540 plus 30 plus 40, oh, plus 50. 40 plus 80. Okay. I was supposed to do that right off. I don't know. Okay, what's the command to stop the timer? Because it is bugging out, it looks like. Hi, Myrtle. For the momento, we're. Hope you're doing well. I'm good. Just trying to figure out this widget for the timer. Oh, it's end timer. That's why. Thank you, Mega. Oh, thank you for subbing, Myrtle. That means I gotta add another 10 minutes to what I just had. So 6:30. Because I noticed bits aren't working on the timer like they're supposed to. So 6:30. Save. And there we go. Oh god, we're in a hype train. How are we in a hype train? I looked away for all of 5 seconds. I appreciate you guys starting a hype train. Mega, I think that might have helped rather than hurt me. I think I'm higher up than I was before. But I did get hurt. I'm physically injured, but you helped emotionally. Time for plan B? Oh no. What is plan B? Got Founders Woo? Yeah, I don't get a lot of non-gifted subs. So you definitely have the Founder badge. That means oh god, the birthday subathon thing broke again. Because we should be at 13 out of 11. Well, 13 out of 15. Oh, you guys get a few free minutes on the timer. And now I gotta start it again. I need to find a better widget, but this was free, so. Widget. Okay. Mega, I'm scared of what plan B could be. I feel like Mega's gonna wait till I get all the way up there and just tornado. The challenge is bing bongs. I really hope there's healing items at the top of this. Yep. It's not working? What's not working? Not wow. Oh, we got a little night train. Thank you guys. Oh, I can drop the other bing bongs now that Zeph's gone. I'm sorry, Bing Bong Jr. Sorry, Bing Bong Angina. I don't need an antidote. I might have that effect just straight up disabled, Mega. Let me check. Oh, okay. Dorito wants me to be a maid. Maid load. Alright. Hey Siri. Set a 10-minute timer. Ooh, maid time indeed. What was happening? Mega spawned a tornado on me, Dorito turned me into a maid. And I threw Bing Bong's family off the cliff. Let me disable... Well, re-enable... Oh, it's enabled. I don't know why it's not letting you. Oh, it might be where Zeph left the expedition, Mega. That might be it. Oh, thank you, Felipe. Alright. If it's saying player 1, Mega, that might be the issue. Hi, Reaper. Welcome in. How are you doing? Alright. Oh, thanks, Morg. I will keep that for later if I ever have to use it. I don't want to try and figure out setting up one right now. Figured out why it was bugging out when I was trying to add time. Because I had the wrong command. Oh, ads. I'm hoping for a bandage. I know I have one, but I don't want to waste my only one. Like, I don't want to use it and worry that it's not going anywhere. There's Moraine. I also really like the maid outfit more than my normal outfit. Like, I feel like it's cute, but... I'm not complaining if you do like it more. I'm just saying I'm open to changing this to the main outfit. I have a stupid idea, chat, and I don't know if I should do it. Just player? Okay. Zeph says yes. Welcome in, Diddley Allison, thank you. The dumb idea is use the lollipop and try to run up the thorns, but I think I would run out of stamina. But I don't think I'm gonna do it. I'll look for a vine. I don't think this was the way to go. Well, time to try this again. Oh no. Ooh, briefcases. Ah! Mega, we can talk about this. Good little EP working on painting my little tank models. Oh, that's cool.
Hey, listen.
Oh, thank you for following. Oh god, let's make him a PC lag. Oh, the tornado makes it lag. What's funny, Mega, is I was trying to get down to go towards... What's that? Oh yeah. Def. We gotta do the jello soon. Oh god. The tornado almost over. Whew. Gotta do Mega's jello thing. I want the Titan. That was a long tornado. It was. Porch drink. Hi, Ophi. Hey, this is only- oh god. I think I know what you're saying. Oh hey, this is only 50 coins about. I think I know. Yep, I was right. Yeah, you better run away, Myers. Listen, she's so young. I'm not that young. I'm not a baby. Oh, time for normal Lunar to come back. I'm not a baby, Morg. So disappointed. Oh no, Mega, there's a glitch with one of my mods. He will be back. I'm gonna be spending the rest of this run getting chased down by Scoutmaster Myers. I'm not a baby. Young for the Scoutmaster, he's dead. Oh, that's fair. Alright, Felipe, that's a little far. They're just joking around. We're gonna... Up. Those are my mods and my friends. They are allowed to bully me. Zeph.
Quick, Mega, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, Mega. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Mega, he turned my keyboard off.
Summon the Scoutmaster.
No, no.
The Skeetmaster. Wait, how are you still moving? Plugged in.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
My mouse.
What?
You also turned it off when I was moving.
Oh. Oops. Come on, Mega, you got this. Scoutmaster.
It's still making me move. Hang on. Why am I still moving? Aha! Mega! No. Mega did worse.
Hmm? What? Tornado?
Yeah.
Where? Oh.
I don't remember if that's been there or not. It is. It's there for today. It is my birthday. But hi, Scout. I guess solve the issue of me moving somehow on my own. Something that Lunar is a door. Aw, thank you. Birthday. Oh, thank you. I'm having a great birthday so far. You stream? Oh, thanks, Alice. Oh, God. I can't tell if Mega. Oh, no. Mega threw me up higher. Listen, even if it's obvious, it's still fun to hear. Mega?
Mega, listen, we can talk about this, and I'll go turn off your keyboard and your mouse real quick.
What did he do? Oh god. I'm scared now. Mega? Oh god. Shove them over. I do not have the shoving mod on. I am broken. It broke me. I'm actually stuck. He did throw me hard enough, Mega. Think I can fix it. Mega. Oh god. What did you do? Mega got the Scoutmaster and he threw me and... No one was left behind. Mega just wants to troll, which I appreciate. Mega, the tornado's not even over. We don't know if it fixed it yet. What mystery? What am I not gonna believe? Trolling part of the mod job? Yes. Pretty sure I just got assaulted by my coworker. That's fair. Ah, I'm being assaulted with hydrates. Are you okay, mystery? Oh, I know why I'm stuck now, Mega. That's the world border. You have thrown me so out of bounds. I cannot go any further that way. I got thrown so far. I actually don't know if I can save this run. So mad at yourself? Why? Oh my god. I would have probably hit him first, but that's just me. I don't encourage workplace violence. Oh, please, let me save it, please. No. I had to physically push him away from me. I'm sorry. Oh wait, I'm dead. But I'm bugged out. So hear me out. I have to restart the round, Mega. I'm hearing you out. Yeah, you have me pinned with the world border. Also, yeah, I recommend go to your boss. That's not okay. Yeah, Felipe, it's just that you're doing a little much with some of these, but may very well end up being light. Thank you for the follow. Can't say this on Twitch. DM me. I want to know what you're gonna say. Look into that for enough for him to know. That's true. I mean, even then. I know, Felipe. I know you do. Oh my- oh no, no. Wait. Help? Guys? Guys? Oh shit. Oh shit. I ruined that one. Oh, I landed in the suitcase. Scout, just so you know, Mr. A did bring this up like a few streams ago. That his boss does know, but they never, like, does know he has a disability, but since HR knows and his boss doesn't. I don't know if that makes sense. At least that's what I remember from that conversation. It's FMLA stuff.
Lizard.
Lizard. Alright. Let's try this again and hope I don't get 2 things of balloons back to back. HR doesn't know? Oh. Yeah, I'm with Scout then. Make sure they know. Well, that's true. With how the state of things. Still no reason for him to assault you, even if you were just, like, making noises to yourself. That's still, like... Still not fucking right of anybody to do. So I guess Oh, that's fair. I don't know why it said... that was for Automod, but Automod's supposed to not get that. I'm gonna put this in here for now. Get some coconuts. Masking, but that's fair. I really get that. I don't tell people that I am disabled until... Oh no, Mega. Mega. I mean, Scout, the panel itself isn't technically illegal because there are some like what I know from being disabled. Automod decided it wanted to go after the F-bomb. I don't know why. But it hit allow, so I'm gonna keep hitting allow on that. But it is within law to ask them to resign if it is something that could prevent them from doing the job. Like, I can't go back to working in fast food because of my service dog. That is not a reasonable accommodation in a restaurant setting, even if I am front of house. And where I wouldn't be handling any actual food, if that makes sense. But, like, my old job that I'm going back to once I get the car does allow my service dog. Yeah, but you never know, like, some bosses can be assholes and they can claim it's reasonable when it's not actually. Yeah, I don't want to chance it with today's society. Like, things happen that shouldn't happen. Not to get political or anything, but, like, it's shitty how things happen that aren't supposed to. Yeah, that's what I mean, is, like, that is a unreasonable accommodation. That's why I can't work in food service. I know somebody's asked that before. Not on stream, but, like, on Twitter. They're like, why can't you work in a restaurant? Like, because I need my service dog. There's the other one I was looking for. Ooh, yeah, first aid. Oh, Faye. Yeah, document everything, but also if you feel like it's not gonna benefit you for them to know, then be careful. Because I get covering your ass. I would have been fired from one of my previous jobs if I had been outed as autistic. Not legally, but you get the point. Hi, Ophi. At least there's good vibes to stream. Yeah. I am a little scared of the fact I see Mega having so many coins now. All on camera too. Yeah, I mean, especially if you weren't being disruptive or anything, you wouldn't even have to be. You wouldn't have to bring up the disability if you weren't being disruptive. Am I allowed to ask the name of your research dog? Yeah, her name's Sable. Chat named her. She is somewhere around here. She's named after my main on Dead by Daylight. So, yay. Right. They can put you in a comparable job. The noises were barely audible. Yeah, that's not disruptive. That's no different than somebody humming to themselves, you know? And nobody's gonna go smack the shit out of somebody for humming. At first I thought you were talking about my cat, though. Because Ophi is over here crying her poor little head off. And yeah, what Mega said, Felipe. But still, throwing the keyboard counts. That's not okay. Yes, Sophie. What can I help you with, girly? If it's not gonna get you in trouble to record, like save it, I recommend recording it with your phone so you can get the timestamp. Yeah, it's still attempted assault, so it's not bad. Oh, fine. Got the cat on me right now. Bad. Okay, that's the difference. That makes sense. Oh god, Mega. I'll allowed to record the screen. Damn. It would have been nice to have just in case somebody did the illegal thing to cover their asses. Oh my god. That's fair, Mystery. You don't need to be doxing yourself. Boo for not taking damage. I have no clue what the distinction is. Like, other than what Mystery said, and I'm choosing to trust what Mystery said right now. But still, hopefully things go well with reporting it to your boss. Oh god. Hey Mega, what was that about not taking damage? As soon as I got unstuck from the wall for the tornado, Mega, it wasn't even what you just did. I got unstuck from the tornado, and it flopped me. I was up on against a wall. And there were 3,000 tickets when I was an animal control officer. Listen, I have respect for the animal control officers around here. They don't really do their jobs very well, but when a certain somebody keeps calling over Sable, it's 10 minutes for record run. I can do it in 2. I can do the whole thing in 2. Alright, I'm satisfied now. Are you, Mega? Make it last shorter than 2? Are you sure? That wasn't a challenge. So, Alice, there is a bug with Peak. If you get the scout cannon in this beginning chest, or if somebody's kind enough to spawn one in with crowd control, you can use the backpack to launch yourself. But what I was saying about Sable, somebody who, yep, shooting, keep playing dead. Oh god. Mystery. Mystery. Mystery, we can talk about this. Oh, well. It works from any section. Why is he mean? He's not mean. There still did it before too. That's what it's called, battery. Scoutmaster's mean, yeah, because he got left behind by his scouts. He's haunting the island. Mega. That's fair. That's doable. I don't even know how long this lasts. I had to educate. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I will hydrate. Thank you, Mystery. I'm scared that there's gonna be another Scoutmaster. Don't educate me, I'm scared. Me too. It's okay. We're scared together. I don't need edumacation. You kids and your dang edumacation. Back in my day, we didn't have no fancy edumacation. Oh god, Mystery. Teacher, leave them kids alone. That's a flyer. I need to still do Mega's Jello. It's all set up. I just need Zeph to be so kind to spoon some out for me. And not troll me. So Mega requested a sub goal when I was asking for suggestions of Jello, like nasty Jello shots. I'm pretty sure it was, I can't remember if it was actually the roulette or if that part was my idea. I'd have to go look. But we're gonna do a thing, and I'm gonna have to borrow Zeph's webcam for this, so you guys can get the IRL view and the VTuber view. Yep. So, two of them... Oh, no, where you were... doing the mwahahaha thing. I thought you were about to do something again. But we're gonna have two normal and one pickle juice shot. What I'm gonna have to do is try, and without knowing which one's which, that's why Zeph has to do it. Like, scoop it out. I have to pick one and take a shot, kind of like roulette. I did hydrate when you redeemed it, Felipe. Daddy is broken at the moment, Mega. Oh, I'm drowsy. Because what? No, it was working last night. But the random number generation somehow broke overnight. So I'll turn it back on. It's just not going to give you a number. Like, here. Might as well go fuck myself. Wow. There, I turned the broken command back on. Like, the ones that don't have the number generation work. So you can do that. You just, if it says random number, you get to make up your own random number at this point. Because I had to switch bots to make sure the bot doesn't break in the future, Mega. And the new bot does random number generation differently. Old bot broke things worse. And I can't run the same bot, the two different bots at the same time because then they freak out and both try to send messages from my Twitch account and nobody's happy. Like, well, fine, if I can't respond, then I'm not gonna respond at all. Kind of bullshit. Did the opposite of what you wanted to do. Everything else but the daddy command works, Mega, and the daddy command worked last night. I will fix it after the subathon. Bots fight each other. Yeah, it does fight. Mega, would it make it better if I went and fixed it okay. See? It's not parsing the variables like it should. Actually, that might be what's wrong with it. No, it's parsing the variables. I was hoping that would happen while climbing. Here, Mega. The next run, after this run, I will fix it for you. I will fix your daddy command. Especially for you. Mystery. Mystery. That wasn't a challenge, Mystery. I kind of forgot you were in VC stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Yep, off, have fun, enjoy stream. Thank you. Saw the hook and I was like, crap. Yeah, you got me right as I was on a ledge to let my stamina regen. But have a good night, Scout. I appreciate you being here. No more, though? That's fair. Ow. Had my fill. Oh, I'm a little fucked. Because I don't have any stamina, really. Oh, there's a chest up there. That one was you, not me. I know. I know it was me. I know you know that I know that you know. What?
He has no more available.
I mean, oh, bandages. I understand that. Okay. I think there's one up here too. There is not. Oh, have plenty available. Just got your fill of making me slip. Oh no. Oh. I gotta check on something on the lunar side. That's fair. Time to be nice instead of... Oh. Thank you. Okay, I need to... Oh, hun, don't forget the ribs. See, I'm a nice fox. You are a nice fox. You're a nice fox even when you're bullying me. Okay. Look at this. Post next week anyways. If he had a week left, how could the dude not just bite his tongue and wait? That's the rumor about the post change. Ah. They might put him on like administrative leave for that week if he is getting transferred, rather than the effort of firing him. That's if the rumor's true. People with a lot of complaints get sent to. That's fair. Oh shit. I botched that jump. The complaint post, one might say. Yeah. Get me up here. Do-do. It's a courthouse. He works working the crane. That's all there is to do there. Non-stop. The X-ray. Ah. This is a rough map. It was a lot easier up here earlier. I've gotten up this multiple times. I think I just went the wrong way. Instead. The tropic one is the rough one. I haven't made it out of the tropics yet today. Ow. I slipped. Oh my god. Y'all know that VTuber drama kid, Jonathan Davis? Ah. Thank you for the banana slips. I rejected an unban request from him a while back. And I just got an email to my business email that says revenge. You have until New Year's to unban me, or else your channel will be shut down. It's gonna happen one day. Those who ban me don't deserve to have new followers / subscribers. Use the theft time as well, access lunch break times. Oof. Oh shit. Shit. I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking. Please no, Scoutmaster. Mega. I was tabbed out. Ah. Oh. I guess this means it's time for me to fix the daddy command. Also, Morg, if you are still lurking, I sent you the email. Because it is making me giggle. Oh, jeez. Scoutmaster Kevin, hello. Da-da-da. There we go. Gonna play alongside you? Well, yay! Hopefully farther than I have been. I'm just loading. Well, you don't have crowd control going, so that there is that. Okay. Did I get you and I at least accept it? You're distracted watching me. That's fair. Mega, I'm sending you the email too, just for the memes. Well, that's not much to go off starting area. Just walked around the corner and the mayor was standing there. Oh, damn. The phone went in the pocket real quick. Excuse me, Uwu, Mr. Mayor, there's a cult maid that would like to speak to you. Okay, so Mega, you probably haven't seen that dude before, but he likes harassing VTubers. And so I preemptively banned him well before I was ever a VTuber. And he somehow knows who bans him, because I never posted about banning him. And I was like, I rejected the appeal back then, but I just got that email like minutes ago, and he does that whenever his appeals are rejected. So he thinks he's a little upset that Cult Mommy does not want him around. You laugh, but I would do that. I wouldn't, not one bit. Uh-huh, mystery, that's what they all say. Yeah, that's the one I just opened. There's the other chest. Just a flare. That wasn't worth it. You shut down because you won't let me harass you, you bitch.
Listen.
Well, thank you for the follow. Well, apparently I have till New Year's to unban him, so, so we call you... Wait. Since you're the cult mommy. Hehe. That's up to you guys. You don't have to. I just joke when I say it. Oh no, Mega. What makes it funnier is he makes AI sex bots of the VTubers who ban him because he's that lonely and sad. Hi DJ, welcome in and I appreciate you lurking. And apparently people have contacted his parents, even though he's a grown man. Oh, he won't email me back. He won't. He never does. I just replied with a no and a heart. You got like 4 alt Twitter accounts to do it too. Oh, thank you. I will hydrate. Oh god. Hello. I will hydrate twice. Thank you. Ah, mystery! Okay, okay, I get it. I'm hydrating. Oh, thank you for redeeming your daily sacrifice, Alice. Oh god, hi, there's Bing Bong. Mm. Mwah. Oh. I would wait. Which to the new redeem? Because the daily sacrifice is old. It just needs to be. Ah. It just had to be brought over so the sacrifices didn't save. Everybody gets. No, my balloon. Trying to make enough. Yeah, they're a daily check-in. I just thought they were cute. It would be cute to call them daily sacrifices. Thank you for doing your daily sacrifice. And the "it was me" is just like a little follow, like when you get the follower alert, but I don't have the names on screen just for safety reasons. So it's like a little, you can claim it. I need to disable that. Fuck. People keep redeeming it as if it's a thing already. And that was the mayor's chief of staff. Ooh. Well, I am holding nothing to drop, so I will refund that. That was the mayor's. I know I read that, but mayor's chief of staff, dang. Either everybody's going home for the day, or people are fucked. I'm close. They're going home? Okay. I was about to say. It's that time of day. I figured it was. 'Cause you're like, what, 2 hours behind me? Sometimes they stay really late. That's fair. You're that time of day? Wow, Dorito. What if you're that time of day? I'm expecting a tornado any second now. Also, Dorito, your sound command doesn't have a limit of one use at the stream. As long as you're not spamming the hell out of it, I don't care. No, I was saying you have a, like, you can use your sound command multiple times. So if you end up wanting to make another D's Nuts joke, you can. Because Neko's been using his frequently.
These nuts. Ha! Got him!
Yeah, I trusted y'all with no cooldowns on your down commands. Cause I feel like I'm gonna break the cooldown if I try and set it without knowing how it works. I heard was deep. That's too many voices surrounding me brain. That's fair. Are you at work right now, Dorito, or something? Oh, this is gonna be worth it later. Also, I achieved flight, Dorito. I got the flight suit achievement. I didn't realize. Oh, Mega, you called it. He did actually respond. Yeah, no, Morg, I am giggling. He did respond just now. Again. I know all about him already. I banned him a long time. Is it secretly Mega? No. No. It's the same email this guy's been using. It's not Neko. No. Nothing like that, mystery. It'd be funny if it were. Wait, I thought Twitch only let you do one unban appeal. No, my balloon. Well, we're just gonna do this so I can take the first aid kit. That's weird. Twitch is only supposed to let you do one. But I banned him a long time ago as a facecam streamer, and he only recently appealed before I became a VTuber. Oh, he's sending me another email. Ah, Cradman, why? Ow. Sniper! Yeah, you better run, Scoutmaster Myers. Oh god. He heard me talking shit. He heard me talking shit. Can I offer you some scout mix? Why did that work? Why did that work? Oh, okay, fine. You can have the scout mix. Just go away, Scoutmaster. Oh. Okay. Think he's gone. I don't have anything for the health loss. Oh no, he's not gone. Hey buddy. Can I offer you some trail mix in this trying time? Oh, my trail mix. Tried to revive it. Yeah, because I'm not dead. I wish I could bank those. Wait. Is he coming back again? I thought I just heard the Scoutmaster music. I saw a purple kingberry over here. Oh, there it is. Hell yeah. Ow. Alright. Let me go see if I can find that one chest over here and hope there's a... I still want to spawn one, but I won't. You can if you want to. It's not gonna upset me. I keep hearing music like he's still around. Oh wait, I should probably wait for the rain. Oh, okay. There we go. Summon ticks. Oh no. That Jonathan dude is being a creep. Dude. Oh no, so too long didn't read. There was someone earlier who came by with like a math username. I was like, William Afton, so I heard it was somebody's birthday from Fazbear Entertainment. And I replied, I was like, to the second email he sent me, after I just said no, from a different email address, mind you. And I was like, alright, $500 and I'll unban, or get out of my inbox. I'm not actually gonna unban him, I really do not care. I just know money usually gets people to shut up. And he responded with a FNAF video, so that's probably an alt of his. I'll send you screenshots later, Morg. He's like, I'll think about it. Like, no. Okay, next time I die, I'll send you screenshots. Because he's like, Steam gift cards. No. I don't even have the one for me anymore. Oh, I see how he did too now. Okay. Yeah, his first one was while I was still a face cam streamer, so, like, he literally was like, I don't even know who this is or why I was banned, and it was very tame. Okay, I keep hearing the little ding, like, dong noise for the Scoutmaster, and I don't see him, which is concerning. Ah. And poison. I am screenshotting real quick. More just so I don't forget. Oh god. I have a strong feeling that was him that came through earlier. On and all. Ow. I know I said it earlier, but I'm gonna say it again. Say what again? Oh, thank you. Thank you, mystery. Let me get up here. Get up here without wasting all my second stamina bar. Haha, I did it. Okay, where are you? Ooh, Scoutmaster. I'm able to... Myrtle, do you know that one Jonathan Davis guy that keeps running around on Twitter and everything, harassing VTubers? Okay. Whew. Saved it. Hi friend, just want to come wish you happy anniversary. Thank you! Oh god, Vorpal saw my ping. That means Vorpal's probably on his way. On, get me up here. I don't know why he harasses people, but that's all I know about him. But he has discovered that... Oh god. Okay, Vorpal. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, that ended the run. Let me go get another drink, Vorpal. So thank you, Vorpal. Do you know the Twitch name? Let me look for you real quick. Alice. And I can whisper it to you. You're fine, mystery. I actually have to go to mod view for this. Oh god. I'm hydrating Vorpal. Oh no, Alice, you are fine. I don't mind, like, going and doing. I will hydrate. Thank you, Myrtle. The 298 one more.
Lizard.
Lizard. Okay, yeah, that's the only one I have for him. Doo-doo-doo. Oh god, okay, okay, I get it. I'm hydrating. I'm hydrating Vorpal. I was gonna go until like 11 o'clock my time and whatever is left on the timer, add to tomorrow's stream.
Also, there will be a ton of loot.
Sorry if y'all just heard my Discord go off. Something in about 20 minutes? Hell yeah. Just let me know what you want to do. So I've got Repo, I've got Peak, DPD. BG. BG3. Myrtle. You're speaking my language here. D2 birthday raid. Not today, Vorpal. How about this, Vorpal? Sometime next week, when you are not busy, if it is on Zeph's days off, I will do a Route of Nightmares with you. Does that sound okay? So a night when you and Zeph are both free. Do you know I don't do raids without Zeph? Say goodbye. But yeah, Morg, if you wanna... Actually, I could start up Baldur's Gate right now and give you the mod list. That way it's not... like, it's all ready. Okay, cool. Me... That started... Because I know last time we did Baldur's Gate, it took a long time to... Okay. I will say I do have crowd control. Oh, damn it, Vorpal.
Stream hijacking. Hi guys, welcome to the birthday subathon. Oh, hold on, crap! I can hear myself. No, mute tab. There we go. Okay, we're good. Um. Okay, well, never mind, Lunar. I will be ending that early. I have been summoned. Have
Okay.
fun with you.
Here, I can refund your voice ban then.
I was already gonna do that.
Okay, go
so,
ahead.
Bye bye. Have fun,
Have
people.
fun.
I may or may not be back.
All right, Morg, I sent you 2 of them. I am adding more. I'm trying to do it so like the bottom one on the previous screenshot is the top one on the next one. There you go. That is all of them. Make the bottom. Myrtle. Okay, that was very funny, Myrtle. Yeah, no, assaulting someone is not excused by. Also, Mystery, when Zeph's not busy, I need to take a picture and show you something. Because I have my iPad up to read chat. And then I just pulled my phone up for something. Like to keep an eye on chat while I was stretching for a second. And my phone is bright purple, but my iPad is bright blue for chat. For your name. So nobody's colorblind in that situation, which is just wonky. That they'll take care of it good. Okay. I need to add megas. Okay, 850. 480 plus 52. Actually, we'll add one more. I like how you and Rebel were saying it was blue. I'm also curious. Okay, so history. That would be funny. Okay. 100 plus 6. Okay, so 579. Checking the work schedule now. Good. Alright, and now we can start timer. I just have to add the bits from crowd control and stuff manually. It sucks, but it's worth it. Okay, I'm gonna continue on my dirge save while we wait on Mork. So. Three. My post next week. He is indeed on schedule for the courts. Yay. That's probably how they're gonna quote unquote take care of it. Oh god, why am I on Asteriums? Alright. End session. As much mukbang as people do. That's fair. Violence-free workplace, I hope. Hopefully they do. Okay. Leave camp. What does this pack? Read. The spooters, yeah. I do not like the spooters.
What path lies before me?
But I need the gemstone. If we lose his security license, he should lose his security license for that, in my opinion. Oh, that was probably a mistake. I do hate this fight. Alright. That is the matriarch, isn't it? It is. They're reported, but I think he should lose it. He's an asshole. He's for everybody. I fully agree with you. Oh, that missed. Just a few minutes ago. Gale? Well. Gale's gone. Oh god. Poor Astarion. Rest in peace, Gale. People see anybody. Yeah, I mean, Zeph and I, if it weren't for my mother, Zeph and I would be. I will always advocate for better circumstances for the homeless. Starting, sir, I'm gonna need to talk to you about your aim.
Survival is all that matters.
You need to go for a long time. I still fully agree with you. From what I've heard, he sounds like an asshole.
On my way.
Oh gosh. More baby spiders. Short-staffed. That's fair.
Time to push my luck again.
Okay. So,
At the
there we
ready.
go. That and my boss hates firing people. I mean, I would too. Even if they deserve it, I just don't like firing. The idea of firing people. Target too far. I do also hope it ties his hands enough for you.
Fast. Moving.
We're required to send it to HR, whether he wants to or not. That's fair. I really, really do hope that's the case. Oh god.
I need healing. What should I do?
There we go. I'm a little under-leveled for this. There we go. Ooh.
Not going to
Very
last much
tempting.
longer.
Yeah, I would walk out of there.
What now?
That oh god.
What path lies before me?
My faith will protect me.
Well, you got the Shadow Heart. You can save yourself. Shadow Heart cannot save herself.
I'm coming for you.
Where's my dash? There's my dash. Well, that was a thing.
Breathe deep and move.
Well, we're not gonna.
On the way.
I did get it for peak earlier though. Like, it's already ticked off.
Swiftly now.
Oh no. Oh no. Volixion.
Moving.
Crowd controls breaking for you, Morg. Well, rest in peace, Nyx and Gale. Cause that fire is gonna completely fuck up this.
On my way.
Closing out and restarting everything. I can always disable it. It's not a big deal. That's a lot of spiders. Astarion, my darling, I am sorry in advance. However, you are gonna blind the shit out of her. That's Arrowville Modder. Fuck.
Let's finish this. Onward.
Okay. Astarion needs healing. I am doing much better this time around. Is this on tactician mode? No, it is not. I am not good at Baldur's Gate.
Cutting to the chase.
Believe you could do it. I have done it before without mods, but I spoiled myself with Cheater's Ring on previous playthroughs. So it's been a long time. I'm also like a level under the boss with the phase spiders, or a level beneath me.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Poor Gale down there just dying slowly. play on tactician mode. That's fair. I'm just not good at the game. I'm bad at conserving resources and everything.
Blood follows me everywhere.
There we go. But yeah, no, Morgan, let me know about crowd control because I can always disable it. There is no issue with me doing that.
Off we go then.
That took the edge off.
Alright. We're gonna have to go back to camp real quick after I grab
Over, then through.
the toxin. Well, not toxic, the amethyst.
Feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there.
By all means. You first.
Okay. Yes, I want to long rest.
I need a moment.
Talk to Astarion, and then we'll... Oh no, I did not care that he was downed.
I'm looking too, but not seeing very
Because my plan was if they were gonna go after his corpse, I was gonna burn the thingy that he was on and like drop them all down.
Preening in the looking glass. Petty vanity. Of course I miss it. I've never even seen this face.
I'm gonna revive him at
Not
Withers at
since
this
it
point.
grew fangs and my eyes turned red.
I already burned the thingy.
I don't know. I can't remember. My face is just some dark shape in my past. Another thing I've lost.
Let me get through ads and we'll be good. Alright, woo!
I want to know what the world sees when it looks at me. What you see.
Once I get through this cutscene and revive Gale.
Excuse me, I'm an eternally young vampire, not your doting grandmother. You can do better. What else? This is meant to be flattery, not poetry. Just tell me I'm beautiful and we can call it a day.
Stream up but no video. Very laggy. Let me check. Yeah, it looks like it blipped while I wasn't looking.
Observant. Mirrors aren't much use, but being reflected in someone else's eyes? Well, I could do
Yeah,
that.
sometimes that happens if it blips. Alright, let's get Gale back so we can long rest and get Morg. Withers. Oh, what? Bone Daddy. Wait, where is Withers on this camp? Because there's Gale's thing. Had to hard reset my phone. Oof.
Here we go.
Or does Withers not show up at night? I don't use him all that often. Well, we'll find out in the morning.
Hey, soldier. You aren't asleep, are you? I'm buzzing, honestly. I couldn't wait to talk to you. Isn't it mad? How good life is. Thank the gods. I was afraid I was the only one.
Love Carl.
10 years.
See, for
a
this
long
run that
time
I'm
to
doing, the
cheat in
chat voted on
accounts.
me romancing
10 years
in
without a
Karlak.
kind word.
So, yay.
A touch. When I look at you, I feel real again. Alive.
Okay,
Gods
nobody told me
righteous
how
and
forward
stones.
Karlak is.
Ugh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't tease you, or myself. I'd give anything to touch you, but I can't. Not until I can be sure I won't burn you. I'll turn you to charcoal. Guaranteed.
I know I can romance everyone.
Don't tempt me. It isn't fair. Around you. Tall order. But if you've got an idea, I'm all ears. Sleep on it, maybe. If you've thought of something by morning, I'd love to know.
I knew I should have
now,
went to
It's enough just to know you care
Damon
enough
before
to try.
doing the spider. I just didn't want to have to come back to the blighted village. Alright, let's get Withers. Bone Daddy. I think we lost our Bone Daddy. Isn't he usually over by the mirror? I may have fucked up. Well, that's fine. Okay, we go to camp here. Because I know Withers spawns out here. Oh, wait, I don't have Withers yet. Well, chat, we're doing the thing since I don't have Withers yet. Open.
Hi, Lunar.
Oh, hi, Morg.
Hello.
Hi, let me save real quick. I was
Yeah.
trying to get Gale back, but I forgot I don't have Wither yet on the save.
You are good. You should be coming through on my thing, hopefully. Ah. I've been attacked with bananas.
Myrtle says hi.
Hi, Myrtle. There we go. Give me 1 second, guys, because I was like last minute trying to hurry up and get things set up.
Hi, Dimtech. Thank you.
Ah.
Ow.
Why
Hi, Banana.
am I not capturing now? Oh, also, Lunar, if you would like to do the duel thing, we can.
That's up to you.
I do not mind.
Okay, that would make it easier than having into both chats. Here, I'm sending the thing.
Yes. Should be capturing it, maybe? Why is it... Accept. Perfect.
Whoa.
Google Chrome, please.
I feel that.
I need to put that down.
Main
I
menu.
was very ill prepared.
I feel that.
Okay, so that's done. Give me this.
Did it let you in the thingy, or do I need to reinvite?
Might need to re-invite. Hold on, let me see.
Well, thank you for the follow.
There we go.
And in. Oh, right
We
as I
got it.
resend it.
Okay.
Hi, Yosome.
All right.
Yosame.
Oh god. Oh god. The game is huge on my. There we go.
Alright. Multiplayer.
Oh wait.
Create.
Now it should have.
Yeah, it looks good now.
There we go. It's freaking bot. Shut up. Okay. Perfect.
Your timer is already started, right?
Yes, my timer is started.
Okay, because if it hadn't been, I was gonna have to do mine.
I also
again because
forgot to do Fugies. I
just
forgot to put my
where
Fugies on this.
that's fair. Just where they have the same start timer command, and you being modded, it was gonna go crazy.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
They're already falling apart.
They smell good.
Let's see. Oh god, your Fugi's massive.
Leave it on, please.
There we are.
Thank you. Subtitles is boobies instead of food.
There we
I
are.
love that.
All right. Perfect. We should have everything done. Correct. Perfect. Yes, happy birthday to Lunar.
Thank you, student.
Yes, yes, yes. Do. Play game. Mhm. Okay. Let me uncheck those. And I gotta downgrade a couple of my mods. Wait, now you're saying to upgrade. Huh?
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We got it.
Good enough for me.
Oh. Mhm.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes, we got it.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm just saying hi to everyone.
Okay. Are you good with skipping any cutscenes?
Skip everything. Go for it.
Heck yeah, because I do not want to see the tadpole. Don't reset. Are you doing a
Yeah,
Dark Urge or?
You could do Dark Urge if you would like.
Heck yeah.
Or on Drow. Why not? I love Drows. Okay, what do you usually do? Hi, nice.
I
What do
usually
you
do
usually do for your
Sorcerer.
You usually do sorcerer? Okay, I
Yes.
hate being a mage, so that works perfect.
I love the Draconic Bloodline sorcery.
E. I almost always go paladin. But I could do the dual wield bard. Do I do dual bard? Do I do paladin? Ooh, even better yet, actually. We'll do the throw build.
Oh,
The throw build. Oh god. I don't remember how to set this up. Hold on, guys. We're gonna pull up a Jamie, thank you for the follow. I hope you've had a good day. I'm not short.
but you are
Oh.
though.
That was a follow goal.
Wow.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're gonna throw there. I don't remember how to set this one up. Excuse me, guys, while I
Well, you Google how to
instead of
set up the throw build.
brow. Yes, because I don't remember. I don't do it very often. At all. I shall hydrate, thank you. Okay. Let's do. Oh God. 1 second.
I turn off my scales. Hopefully that was the right tattoo replacer that you usually use. I think that's the one that you had me set it to last time.
I go between the lemon ones, just all the different ones.
Yeah, I normally use the
Jordan.
first one so I can have that black upper lip, but I swapped to the second one before. I think last time we did. I just never bothered to change it back.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. Getting started so I can race with a buddy of mine? Heck yeah! Thank y'all for checking in. Okay. I need 14, 8, 10, 16. There we go. We have athletics already, so we're good there. I'm gonna keep perception. Ah! Edit appearance. Oh, we have so many faces.
Oh yeah, I went and found a lot of the ones I like.
I love you. That's wonderful. What do these look like? Ooh, I do kind of like that.
I normally use the Siri one, but I think I used a different one for once. Body. Oh no, I used Siri again. That is
You know
my
what? That's okay.
default at this point.
That is okay. Oh, that one is really pretty. I was doing a druid. I don't. Oh, it's behind the ear. Oh, is it? Is it? Yeah, it's the head. Okay. There it is. Let's go. Which one was it? I liked. Man, having to go through and find it again. That was just eyes. Okay. This one. Skin tone. Give me all skin tones. Of course, I'm gonna go with purple. Are you going purple too?
I was debating it because that's how my other tiefling is right now.
Okay. I like how this is coming together so far. Not that one. It's got these. I like these eyes.
Oh, I could steal Gail's hairstyle like this. You know what? That's fair.
that's the
We're
wrong thing.
gonna steal Gail's hairstyle.
Yes. Why not?
Because I have the Wizardly Updo.
Mhm.
And where it's replacing it, it's working. It's replacing the one in the other mod too.
Look. Ah.
'Cause it looks like in the picture his normal hair, but it's the updo.
Perfect.
Might go white on the hair for once.
Think maybe this? Kinda like that. Oh god, not that color. I think we just go kind of plainish in the hair. No facial hair. And no horns. Oh god. How much is... Huh. So Lunar, I think I may have found the issue with of how my OBS was screaming.
Oh.
I think it was my overlays. Because I swapped overlays to these really old ones that I used to use way back when I first started.
Uh-huh.
And my OBS is running at 5%.
Ooh. Hang on. I will check what mine is real quick. OBS for me is right around 3%, so yeah. That might have been it.
Heck yeah. I hope that was it.
And hoping it wasn't worse than like what Nego was thinking.
I mean, it's still a little high, but I do have a lot of stuff that I kind of do.
I mean, yeah,
I have a lot of little animations.
my whole PC is at like 50% right now from this, but
Hey, I'm at 50% too.
I mean, that feels like it should be about right for what we have running.
Yeah. Okay, do you also just like randomize your Guardian since it doesn't really matter?
Not really, but I don't even edit the Guardian's appearance.
It's okay. Guys, is it just me or does this look like for Lord Farquaad, but if he was tall and blonde?
Yes.
he looks like Lord Farquaad.
Oh wait, I didn't
No,
mess up my spells.
We're going with it. We're going with it.
Nice knife, chromatic orb. Proceed.
Oh, I lost my thing.
I literally just do the elf thing. Like the Dream Guardian, I change it to the elf and I'm done. I used to do the hot tiefling lady, but then later on I was like, oh.
There we are.
Scuffed Prince Charming.
Yes. That works too. Although I think Lord Farquaad is funnier.
The
blood in your head thrums and pounds. That pounding blood obscures who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have nothing in
I
your
love how it
secret
says, I wish I had a bag of
since your
holding, and then
name
I find a bag of holding here on the table.
but you are in danger.
Alright.
Time to get out of here.
Give
And
me
then you can
this.
shed light on the dark of the matter of yourself.
Never wanted the easy path. It's falling apart. Let's have a look.
I'll take that. I'm gonna pick up the chest.
Oh, I just picked up the chest. Or unless you're taking the chest itself.
I'm taking the chest itself.
That works.
I like to block the door.
The
from those,
cambions.
cambions.
Let's see what
Yeah.
this does.
Can you put a bag of holding into another one?
I think so.
Maybe. Maybe.
I don't foresee anything D&D wise that would prevent that.
I don't know.
I'm gonna see if we can get us.
Hi, Benny.
Hi, Benny.
We are trapped.
Give me this. There we go. Ow.
Egg cold.
Yosame. Really?
Yay.
Oh god. My tracking froze. It's still doing it. It's still okay, there we are.
Come to save us from this place.
I don't know what happened there.
From this place, you'll free us.
Oh, things are starting to lag.
The exposed
Oh, no.
flame quivers in expectation.
We're at 52? 53?
On OBS?
Perfect. On CPU.
Okay.
Remove us from this body. From this case.
More cult
Free us,
activities. Yay.
please.
No. Too much for the CPU. Is it too much? Is it too much for the CPU still, Yosame? I'm doing my best. I'm sorry.
The brain won't budge.
You might want to try getting us. I couldn't get it out. I
Okay.
failed my roll.
I shall come try.
Best
I have
of luck.
strength, so I should be able to just yank him out. Oh god. Yeah, I'm lagging a little bit. We're okay though. As long as it doesn't get too bad. You guys tell me if it gets too bad. Sounds like a time paradox, space paradox wait to happen, but I've also heard Stranger Things in D&D. Thermonuclear grimoire. Oh no. I always say hi since keep missing and sleeping for work. So go back to sleep. So that's okay, nice. I appreciate you hopping by and saying hi. I really do. Spare. Okay. Let's go. Cool.
Heck yeah.
I like that I interacted with us and the brain from down here.
I was worried. I thought you were crashing for a second. I was like, oh no.
My gosh. But thank you, nice, for hopping by. I appreciate it. But yes, go get sleep. Would you like to get laid up?
Sure.
Since I have us. There we are. I was about to say, I was like, wait, you're having to walk so far.
I noticed since the final patch, you have to walk out more.
I wonder if that was something that they fixed without really, like,
Noticing it or
mentioning
something.
it? Yeah.
This is your end. Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Oh. My head. What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
before I continue the dialogue, I have to up my volume
Yeah.
for voices. Or apparently just master volume in general, because voices are at 100%.
Oh.
Yeah, she was quiet.
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Geich, mind flayers. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
Every part of your blanket is too warm. Oh no.
Warm
That is
blankets
the
are
worst.
so good, though.
Unless it's summer,
No time to waste.
then they're horrible. I don't have enough movement for that.
And sometimes the only way out
So-
is through. Have to keep going.
There we are. I'm not gonna rage yet. I'll hold that until more near the end.
You prove surprisingly adequate in battle.
Give me my axe back.
To the helm.
Okay. Put this on me. Does Lae'zel have a... Does.
A bow.
Yeah, do you need a crossbow?
Possibly. I don't know what type of bow I can take.
See if that works for you. If not, we'll just hold on to it for...
Yes, it works.
Okay, good.
Dream in red.
Let me equip my axe. There we go. And y'all get to have sandbarks. Because sandbarked.
Right. Oh. I got the sword.
Huh?
Well, whenever we were both trying to pick up stuff at the same time.
Oh, okay. It's fine. Just Loot Goblin doing Loot Goblin things.
Oh, you're fine. I just found it funny that it gave me everything but the sword.
Puppy? Yeah! You see him! I mean, he's not really a puppy. He's like 6.
He's a big
He's
dog.
He's a 140-pound, like, Great Dane Mastiff.
Okay.
He likes to think he's a puppy.
Do you want to get Shadowheart since you've had me get Lae'zel, or I can do it if you want?
It doesn't matter. Let me go grab the
rune. Okay, I'll try with the Arcana check real quick.
Okay.
This is normally how I do it.
The console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first.
Why is that still
Then
up?
you spy an
That
empty
should not be.
socket.
I closed that out. Hello?
Oh, apparently.
Apparently, phone link is. Oh god, I didn't realize there was a bunch of stuff in that chest.
Oh yeah,
We
there's
have no time for stragglers.
a.
Huh. Well, now I can't pick up the chest itself.
Here,
That's a problem.
let me come get some stuff from it.
I'm gonna send the dyes to the. Well, I can't send them to camp. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I can come get the dyes or something.
Console near to the pod.
Are you
I'll send them
satisfied?
to you.
We need to go.
Okay. Oh, it's gonna let me do the key thing from here, even though it's not on me.
Yes. Yeah, it should.
The console appears dormant.
Don't have to work with that coworker tomorrow. I don't know if they swapped him or put him on admin leave. Hopefully they put him on admin leave.
The console hums to life.
It's my 12. It's 100.
Pulsing glow.
It won't let me pick
mechanical lines
up-
of the device make
You
it
know what,
seem
we're gonna-
more like a beating heart than a machine.
We're gonna drop the ball supplements
Perhaps
outside of
we'll
the
open nearby pod.
chest so I can pick up the chest. Because I can't pick up the supplements bag that was inside of it.
Suddenly,
If you sent me like underwear 11 out of the bag, like the camp clothes version, We can just leave the rest if you want to.
Fades, and another sensation
That's the only thing I
rushes in.
use out of the bag.
Connection.
Okay, let me
Authority.
run back and grab that really quick. Takes everything that has greater value, me and intellectual, fills your inventory with water
Wow.
barrels. I mean, listen, I will loot a good chunk of stuff. Which one did you say? Underwear?
Camp clothes version, but I think 11.
Your command and yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind.
Camp clothes. Open. 9, 10, and 11. There you go.
So Hutchin just had to. Okay. Let me get this conversation.
Dangerous company.
Yeah.
Let me come with you.
I also need to make sure that
She's right.
whatchamacallit is turned off.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Whoops.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, did you just leave the bag down? I can come look.
Yeah, the bag is just down on the thing.
Okay. Down on the ground by the where it was? Oh, I see it now.
We're gonna do both of those just in case. Okay, there we go.
Camp clothing.
Here, let me pick
Oh,
that
it was
up.
10. That's why.
Okay.
I was close. There. That's the non-camp clothes version. Okay. Before we do this fight, I will probably have to
just listening. That's okay, Benny.
to step away for a second to mash potatoes real quick. It
Yeah,
will not take
you're
me
good.
very
Do
long.
whatever you gotta do.
I will be right back.
Oh god. Oh god, lag. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see if I can get through the. Okay, we have to have Lazel here in order to get through that. That's okay. What I will do is let's go ahead and stack up the chests. Because I can just kind of move them over. There we are. Perfect. And then we'll be able to just kind of like scooch this over to it once it's I haven't gotten to look at. I like Lunar's character. Very cute. So Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. It uses Charisma. Okay. I tried playing a Sorcerer once. It didn't go very well. I hate dealing with spell slots. It was such an undying passion. It is. I much rather just smite things. Well, those got kinda. Well, that's a problem. These two are... Okay, there. I was about to say, they were stuck together, but we're okay. Alright. Thank you for the braid cellar, Ryan. I need it. There we are. Close. Brain cells. There you go. In case y'all want to copy it. 70? Man. I don't feel like I got 70. Oh. Alright. Oh no. You had 5. And then you gave me 1. You should have gave me 1. Thank you, history. I appreciate it. I'm gonna move this down a little bit, actually. There we go. Okay. In case y'all were wondering why the overlay is different and not my usual, we're trying this because I wanted to see if it was my overlays that was making things run too high, and from what it looks like, it is. So we are good, I think. I hope. Although I'm still, for some reason, my tracking still is lagging a bit. See? They're good. Why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. And I really have no idea why it's doing that. It feels like you've been running on 5, though. That's kind of how it's been feeling for me today. I've been feeling like I'm barely running on any at all. I don't know why. Oh yeah. We're at 47% on CPU. So, not terrible. At least I don't think it's terrible. Actually, hold on. I need to see something. Yosame, if you are there, can you drop some eggs on my head for a second? Or if any of y'all want to send some emotes real quick. I want to see if it's still doing the thing where they're kind of like, laggy, I guess. Ow. That's tits. Oh god. Okay, so the emotes are falling fine. So it's something to do with the tracking of the model itself. Thank you, Orion. Hello? VTube Studio? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, there we are. I don't know why it's doing that. Why are you doing that? Because I can't have it up the whole time. That's to do with eggs. Oh no, no, no. Yosui sends emotes that are eggs, specifically. Oh nope, see, it did it even though I've got VTube Studio up active. I'm very confused. Can it be considered a stream without a wee bit of scuff? No. There's always gotta be scuff. In fact, y'all get that, and you also get model lag. We almost had a 0 brain cells. Almost. There we go. Perfect. You gave up like 40 up 2 weeks ago running on Hopes of Paris. You know what? That's okay. That's fine. I just realized I didn't read that message, Ryan. Oh. Hi, Iron. Hi. Yeah, streamer bots. My tracking. Hello? There we are. Streamer bot's gonna let me know when you make clips. It'll take a minute, but it'll let me know. That's one of those it's directed by Robert B. Wade when your model stopped a moment. Yeah, I don't know what it was doing, man. I don't know what it was doing. Also, thank you, Iron, for earlier. I think I forgot to say that. Which reminds me, I need to make sure that is active. Is it active? Where is it? Yes, it is active. Perfect. Glad to help? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. There we go. Okay. I had to change the picture on it so it matched. They all had to be the bats. But how are y'all doing? I hope y'all had good days. Hi, Sam. We have a Sam. Also, I wonder if I can get it to work real quick. I'm gonna see if I can get this thing to work. Okay, it should work. Keyword being should. Samu, yeah. Samu. Although I spell it Sam, like S-A-M-A-W-O-O. Like a howl. That's how I spell it. What am I looking for here? What am I looking for, guys? Pictures of Sam. That's what I'm looking for. Pets channel. In this channel from... Oh my gosh. Hold on. Okay, that's not gonna... That doesn't want to work properly. Let's scroll back. Trying to get outdated mods of Pokemon Reborn to work on the most recent version. Got it to work after a lot of raging. You know what? That's okay. You got it to work. That's what matters. Where did I send that picture of Sam? While Tim asleep. I want the birthday picture. Where's the birthday picture? What's his tail? There's Sam for his birthday. Let's see if it'll work. Are you working? No. Alright. Hold on. We're gonna do it this way. Ta-da! Sam! It's been alright, got it scuffed. Tie into it earlier. Think I have a scuffless intro yet. Anyways, it's okay. I mean, I've been doing this over a year, and I still do it. I'm still very scuffed. We're both no longer gonna work finally. Heck yeah, Penny. I'm excited for you. Well, this will be a slog. I know it will. But you can make it. Yeah. Yes, Sam. That was his 5th birthday, I think. So this was last year. We think he's 6. We're not sure. He's a rescue. But ta-da! He's big. Bye, Sam. There we go. I say bye. Like he's not laying down right beside me. There we go. He deserves treats. I don't have any treats in here. They're all in the living room. We keep them in the living room in a container. There goes my model again. Alright. Nope. There it goes again. Alright. Nope. No. It really... Man, my model just... really says no. For whatever reason. I don't understand why it's doing that. You monster? I'm not a monster. They're in the living room. Let me do that. There we go. Model swinging. Model is going crazy. I don't know why it's doing what it's been doing lately, but you know what? It's okay. It's fine. We're fine. Oh. I say we're fine. As soon as I say that, it just starts lagging again. We initially were going to do Red Dead 2, but then I realized, I was like, wait. Lunar's streaming. It's Lunar's birthday. So then I had to ask how long she was going to be streaming for, and here we are. Hee hee hee. Have treats on me at any given moment to treat Sammy. I mean, He thinks so. He definitely thinks so. But he gets plenty. Trust me, he gets plenty of treats. I don't understand why it's doing that. You know what? While we're sitting here, YouTube Studio, Model Lab. I'm just like,
I'm back and I will hydrate, Mystery.
perfect. You need to. Let me. This. Turn on configuration. Double checking something really quick.
Did it work that time, Mystery?
Yeah. February.
Oh, it's because this one doesn't refresh when I switch games. Yes. There we go. There you go, Mystery. You got the bonks.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, I had to fix
I
it.
don't understand why it's. Hi, Yelsamin. Sammy, you're in agreement. You know what? That's okay.
I am also in agreement with Sammy.
Yeah, I don't know why this thing is lagging. It's fine. Hi, John. How you doing? All right, yeah, we're still at like
Once inside,
40,
do as
high
I
40s
say.
on
Who put you in charge?
on
I'll
CPU.
trust my own judgment.
Like, what's that?
Cane yank.
My model keeps lagging. I don't know why.
I've been having that lately with VTube Studio.
You have to? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's something wrong with the. Surely it's not something with the Suica model.
I don't think so, because it's been happening before I updated mine.
Okay. Vinny, I actually saw In This Moment in concert. It's been a couple years. But I actually saw them. Oh, let me. Oh, God. There. Go back here. Thank you for checking in, Mystery. How you doing? Hello. It's doing the. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It'll work good enough. It'll work good enough. I see you popping. But also, hi. I am ready when you are, Gunnar.
Okay, I'm just making sure my model's not about to start doing the same thing.
Why am I being shark banana? Why? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do?
I'm gonna restart VTube Studio real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. We shake the soda board and Bob said soda board. No! I'm not a soda.
But you could
No.
be.
No. There it goes. It's lagging. There we go. All the redeems. If y'all did all of my redeems at once, that's gonna be disastrous. That would be very disastrous.
I'm just waiting on VTube Studio to load.
Yeah, you're good. Been munching on turkey slices? I mean, turkey good though. I like turkey. Put the lime in the coconut and shake it all up. No! I mean, at least the song goes lime and not lemon, because then we'd have a problem. Deli turkey? Hey, that's okay. I would do the same thing. I have done the same thing.
Wait, are you allergic to lemons?
I am.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's like me and pineapple.
Pineapple? I would be so sad if I was allergic to pineapple. I love pineapple. Put the lime in the mortgage check. Wait, does that make your lizard go off too?
I did not hear it.
Okay.
I think I have my commands set to stop going off in other people's chats.
Oh, okay.
Like I turned off the shared chat
so-
listening.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check on that.
Lizard.
When I'm not requesting a song. Saw Bring Me the Horizon like 3 years ago. It was the first concert I could go to ever alone financially and time-wise. Heck
Lizard.
yeah! Stop saying we sound like Dragon Force by Fraser Edwards. Oh, that's a wonderful name.
Right. I am ready if you are.
Yes. Into the helm.
Lizard.
Do it.
Lizard.
We'll just. There we go. Are y'all having fun? Yes, Iron. It is. It is.
Lizard.
I tried to name it something slightly obvious, but not.
Wait, for what?
A new redeem that I had Iron's help on. There we go. Love background music. Thank you, Mystery. I appreciate it. Thank you for the mod appreciation, Benny.
Ah, damn. Shadowheart missed.
Oh my gosh, if I get one more spam risk call today, I'm gonna lose my mind. A 1.
Hey, it's better than
We love
missing.
it. Oh, Banana, you can do volume plus 10 to turn up the volume a little bit if you would like. Just please remember to turn it back down when you're done. I think I should turn over Braincells to Borg. If you would like to, you are more than welcome to.
Oh, thank you for the head pats, Jazz.
17 brain cells. Look at you, Benny.
I have 65.
I think I had 70 earlier. Oh, it's I have VIP and a mod thing, Mystery. But also, I only like to do it in increments of 10s. Okay.
Mystery, it's like VIPs and mods can. Yeah, like Banana did. There we go.
Yeah.
You got your volume up.
Boom. It didn't. Here, it didn't work. It's set up like this. There we go. That's how we set it up. I never specified exactly. But there we go.
Please work, Shadowheart. Hell yeah.
Holy! Alright then.
And
What level did you put this on? Is this balanced?
it is unbalanced, yeah.
Okay, cool. I usually like to play on balance.
Well, the Mind Flayer can just use our thing then. And that can happen.
Hector mode, let's go. No,
Oh
Myrtle.
god, Myrtle.
Why is it at 489 and not exactly 50? I mean, Benny, you can use the same thing and you can do it +1. Dang. I'll miss.
On I go.
There you go. Someone made it. No, actually, no one has.
I will
It's
hydrate. Thank you,
still
Myrtle.
pretty new that people have been able to use it. Oh, now that we're fighting, I'm in the 60s on my CPU.
Oh, fun.
Yay. You know it's possible? Yes. Also, we'll hydrate, Myrtle. Thank you.
He's dazed and bleeding.
And he's saved, apparently.
From Mind Blast.
Time to press ahead.
The ship hits the ground, we're dead.
Can we go over 100? Please don't, Benny.
Please do not try.
Things like that is what will get the ability taken away from VIPs. I'm just warning anyone that's a VIP, if you try to do it, it will be taken from VIPs and be a mod only. I don't think it's possible. I don't think so. Thank you, Banana.
Oh god.
What? How? Huh?
Crowd control. The lonely wolf did it.
Ah! Okay. I was very confused for a second. Let me get out of fire. I missed! No!
We're just like all ganging up on it.
Oh. You know what, that's fine. Banana by Ailstorm, of course.
Banana.
That reminds me, I need to share this video in the server that I took about, I think 2019? I think it was 2019. 2018, 2019, somewhere in that area. I was on the way home from the class I was going to, and someone was driving a banana car.
Oh?
It was a car shaped like a banana. It was me. What were you doing in Arkansas?
Thank you for following.
Heck yeah!
Oh my
They're
god,
driving bananas.
Myrtle.
No, Myrtle. It didn't. Doing a banana world tour. Oh gosh. Now every time I see bananas, I have to take a picture of it for you, Banana.
We're just bullying this poor or Cambion, who's just trying to defend his home.
Yeah, it's fine. Hi, for Banana, I swear.
Oh no, one of them got through.
I swear. Oh. It's fine. Your hatred of the pug fuels my soul. No, I missed again! Dang.
You got the Shadow Heart.
You mean
Only gets-
Lizelle?
Well, I meant with the Sacred Flame thing.
Oh, okay. Does Banana have a family reunion where they enter a store? Was there the recording of... Huh? What?
Oh, the one's still
Benny? I'm
trying.
confused.
Take the first letter in every word of that, Morg. Of the parentheses.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the recording.
Alright, I'm grabbing the sword for Lae'zel. The Shadow Heart will have it.
I'd better take a peek.
Oh.
Oh.
Well then. It's a song by Bloodhound Gang? Oh! Never heard of it. Which Cambion are we fighting? The Cambion's dead now.
I mean, there's those two, but we're trying to run away from them.
The main one's dead.
We got and the mind flayer's dead because it tried to smack the shit out of us.
Hurry before they strike. Got to focus.
I don't get that joke, Mystery. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't either. At first I was thinking that it may be a hex code, but no. Thank you, banana.
On the move.
Wait, I gotta make us run a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. I know what the sing song what's goes like, let's do it like they do on Discovery Channel? I've never heard of that.
Oh, you're asking which one's which. I don't know.
Is there IDs in crowd control? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, my model's frozen again. There we go.
Heal. Oh, God.
No matter what I do, I'm kind of screwed. I missed.
My path be true.
You know what? It's fine. Gonna heal the one you were fighting. Mystery, why would you do that?
The troll.
There we go.
At the ready.
That's not what I wanted.
Yep. That's okay.
Where did you go down at? Oh.
Back. Yeah. He ran up on me and I couldn't get away.
I got time.
My path be true.
Reverie by Electric Callboy? Alrighty. Yarkin showed me some Electric Callboy before. Dang, us almost took him out. Perfect.
Alright.
Hi, girl! How you doing?
He's still just going at that chest.
I only know these songs because of your request for Clone Hero. Heck yeah!
I will ascend.
Okay.
Time to push my luck again.
I'm hitting the transponder.
Yeah.
There we go. Had to get you up
Perfect.
first.
The helm's alien transponder.
Forgot there was daily redeems. That is okay, girl. Oh, my model's lagging. My model's lagging again.
Oh no.
How about me? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Ah, if my model would work with me here, please. These are not easy to play. My fingers are killing me. You know what? It is okay, banana. It happens. I've tried playing like rhythm games, but I'm just no.
I feel that.
Quick math. Need to watch about 94 streams fully through, give or take, to get to the 100k points because I've got about 1k per stream, give or take. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Would you mind the song? It's a little explicit, but not much. As long as it doesn't have any, like, slurs or anything like that, I'm pretty okay. Or it's not too, like, over-the-top explicit. I'm okay. I just played it on easy and normal. You know what? That is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. I try to do 4 streams a week. I haven't been able to do that very much lately. So how many would that be? How many would you have to? It'd take you about 24 weeks, so half a year, roughly, in order to get your 100k points. Take a banana. Yeah, just a little bit, but that's okay. Never know until you try it. That's if I catch each one? Yes. So we know roughly 6 months. I'm gonna just skip that. There we go.
You half expected your memories to return once you were free of the mind.
Now,
flayer ship.
who are you wanting to
But your
grab and bring?
past is still an aching void. If you don't find a way to remove the tadpole burrowed in your brain soon, your future will be as blank as your past. Your head
well.
whispers vengeance.
Isn't much, but that's okay.
You cannot wait to slice your way forth, seeking whatever wrought this tragedy.
Sorry, I went to grab a
upon
little bit more food real quick.
Oh, you're good.
Let me see. I don't know. I know. Who are you wanting to go for?
So usually I like to romance Halson.
Drink in the pungent corpse.
He's the only one that I really care about actually romancing.
Cold and empty.
Otherwise, I'm fine with
your
anyone
hands
really.
Close to this body. You know nothing of why, but you find a half smile flittering.
Y'all check about
across
rhythm
your
games that are play
face.
real life rhythm games on hard. What do you mean?
With a shake of your head,
What do you
can
mean by
hear
that,
your
Orion?
own blood throbbing in your ears. There is something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I'm gonna grab Shadowheart real quick just so we have her. Because we do
Yeah.
have the expandable party thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The one I play, most songs I play are forced to be played on the hardest. Yeah, because I kind of had you play some Whitechapel, which is not gonna be the easiest to play. That's okay. Play with my church on live. I played with professional concerts before. Heck yeah,
You're alive.
that sounds fun.
I'm
Like I learned how to play flute, but
How is this
I wasn't in band or anything like that. You were in band, weren't you, Leonard?
I was.
I remember the
Yeah,
ship.
you were like flute piccolo,
I
if I
remember
remember right.
falling.
Yeah.
Then nothing.
I'm glad I remember.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Heck yeah. Whitechapel fun song? Yeah, they are.
First things first.
I mean, the show's gonna
we need
retake
supplies, shelter,
study,
and
keep
most
having
of all,
fun.
Thank
keep having a
you.
great stream.
We might have
Thank you,
escaped, but
girl.
we still
I
have these
appreciate
little
it.
monsters in our heads.
Full band can hear? Hey, that is okay. I never did.
We need
I never
each
did
other,
band.
and we both know what's at stake.
Hi, Durrani. How you
Perhaps we
doing?
need better company.
Did the banana put you up to come in here? Does the song not ring a bell still? It was ever online for a while? It doesn't to me.
One thing, just before we go,
I don't really know it. Armageddon
I
by
wanted to thank you again
Solo
for freeing me.
Quinto?
It would have been all too
Maybe?
easy for you to run
I don't know
right
if I'm
past
saying that
my
right.
pod, but you didn't.
No, this time, so I was
I
live to see
remember.
the top. Heck yeah! Well, thank you for heading over to Lunar.
Yeah, I
It is
really
appreciated.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Breathe deep and move.
I think I might romance Gale
Iron,
this
what is
time.
that?
I think that's when you were talking
Iron.
about taking videos every time.
What's hiding here?
Taking photos every time I see a banana?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, based on the title.
I mean, yeah, because there's someone named Banana. I have 3 bananas in the community. I have to. Huh. Hope days go well for you. Heck yeah.
Been going great.
I know. How's yours? Yours is going great. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm the best though. I don't want to say it, but you are the only one with a VIP, banana.
Okay, I'm gonna get cut through here to get a stir in if you want to do the little fight.
Yeah.
Because we can always drop Shadowheart off at camp and
Better stay back.
switch who she's got.
Could be lethal.
Does not matter to me.
We're gonna have to rotate them out
Probably.
anyways, unless we want to just have everybody following.
I don't feel like raging here. I think I should be fine to not rage here. I think. There we go. Banana brings the I am VIP. If you had a nickel every time you had a banana in your community, you'd have 3 nickels, which isn't much, but it's crazy that there's 3 bananas. Exactly. Hi, Mac! How you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I love the emote. It's so cute. It's so goofy.
Oh, that is so cute.
We're celebrating Lunar's birthday today.
Yay.
And affiliate anniversary.
Mhm.
That's crazy that you hit your affiliate the same day as your birthday.
That's when I actually did the onboarding. I got the email like a couple of days before.
Okay. That makes sense. Graduated. Happy birthday. Yes. Yes. Happy birthdays to Luna.
Thank you.
Do the fun thing and sort out OBS. Oh no.
Oh god.
There goes the model again.
Speak of the devil.
See, I spent a few hours today redoing mine to try and see if it could be a little less. We're gonna a 1. I love it. Oh, actually, we're gonna. Myrtle requested this, so we're gonna turn it back up a little bit.
Best be on my way.
Just because it's still a requested one. Minecraft showed me so much last time, I'm not sure why. Oh no. Oh, I hate it when things start crashing. Old user was Iron Wolf before it was Orion, so I keep hearing you say Iron and my mind's like, yes. Oh. I love that.
Anything of use?
Hey, we did it without dying. Yay.
No worries, Banana. You good.
If not over, then through. No traps, please.
Give me the dagger. Until we get to the goblin camp and I could buy the returning pike. There we go. I'm gonna... are you going straight for Asterion?
Yes.
Okay. Let me come over here and I'll loot in the meantime.
That's perfectly fine by me.
Heck yeah.
I gotta get the party limit stuff out of the way.
Things cornered.
There.
In the
Let's
grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you
just
killed
break
the others?
that.
There. Can you see it?
There. And the murgrass. Myrtle, it's funny how your style in music that you
Not
like
a
is so
sound.
very different.
Not if you want to keep that darling neck of yours. And you, keep your distance. No need for this to get messy.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just
It feels like
how
there should be
messy
something up
things
here.
can get.
There isn't.
Promises, promises. But I have other business, I'm afraid. Now,
I do too, Myrtle.
I saw you on the ship, didn't I? Not?
Hold a pen Kenobi on them. Oh my god.
I chose you because people found out my user who I didn't want to know since I was doing anything and I changed it. Yeah, that makes entire sense. I understand. All right.
Don't lie to me.
There we go.
Your mind
Listen to a variety of music. So I listened to this Chris Bale and Ariana Grande. I don't think I've ever heard any of her songs
You try to
at
hold
all.
the memory, but it fades to the worm.
I know 7
Really
rings and
could've
that's
been.
it.
Fear.
I know nothing.
What was that? What's going on?
Perfect. Thank you, banana.
You're not one of them. They took you.
Let's grab some of these
Just the same
things.
as me. And to think,
Don't worry about those
I was
guys
ready
yet.
to decorate the ground with your innards.
Now, you usually romance Gale, if I'm
Apologies.
remembering correctly, right?
No, I normally romance Astarion, but I was thinking about doing Gale this
Oh,
time.
Astarion. Okay. For some reason, I thought you did Gale.
I mean, I do sometimes, but I've never actually finished his romance.
Okay.
A kindred spirit. My name's Astarion.
As cool of a character as
I was in
Astarion could be
Baldur's Gate when
sometimes,
those beasts
um,
snatched me.
I don't think I'm ever romance him.
Pleasure.
Oh, I love
So-
doing his romance for a Durdron.
Do you know anything about these worms?
Especially the spawn ending.
No.
Oh, my
Of that
model is
much we
just
can be
completely
certain.
frozen.
These worms are
Can
already
you-
affecting me. I can
I
feel
have a
it.
playlist, and it's got a mix of 80s, 90s,
Now,
2000s rock,
what to
classical
do
music,
about
church
it?
music, and to top it all off, Diggy Diggy Hole. I love Diggy Diggy Hole. All right, we're gonna restart YouTube Studio really quick because I don't know what's going on there.
I was ready to go this alone, but
Not the Gale
maybe
talk.
sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea.
I've never
And you
romanced
seem
Gale.
like a
He's not
useful
my
person to know.
he's not my type.
From what I
Alright.
have seen, he's very sweet.
I accept. Lead on.
I just can't get over the fact of
As
how
you
much he
join to
talks.
your side, your mind
Because he talks
dances
so
with
gosh dang
thoughts
much, and I'm like,
of
please,
that
Gale, just get to the
pretty
point.
corpse.
That's what stopped me at first. Okay, let me do the party thing.
All right,
So-
we're gonna try and do this, and then all right. I got Lae'zel. We're fighting the. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to rage. You know, it's fine. It's an inside joke with people named Gale. Ah, okay. That makes it. My gosh dang model again.
Do I want to know about what you're fighting?
It's the tieflings.
Oh gosh. Hopefully that doesn't aggro the grove.
No, the two that are by Lae'zel.
Fun.
There we go.
My name ain't Gale, but that sure sounds like me. Mood.
Approach the sigil on the stone.
It's not gonna do a lot of
Magic
damage.
glitters and
We'll just
from it
do this.
erratically, as if not
Drugs aren't the
functioning.
only thing.
It looks slightly dangerous.
I'm not reading that, Durrani. I'm not reading that. Iron's probably already gonna clip what I just said. What little bit I said.
A hand? Anyone?
Nothing, Iron.
Perhaps
Nothing.
I should have clarified. A helping hand. Anyone?
Perfect. It's only about food. Listen. Iron will take everything. Everything out of context. 97 hours. Oh yeah, I am under 100. Haha.
I'm under 10. I'm glad about that.
You're lucky. You're so lucky.
I was worried Neko was going to come back and put it up to an obscene amount of hours. I was very worried.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders. Now, a
Don't
quick
put it
little
past me.
pull should do the trick.
Well, he's
Sorry to
got-
cut you off. Alright, time to level up. Alright, we
he's
want
got-
Berserker.
an hour and a half before I go to bed to do so if he's going to. So I don't think he will. Thank God.
Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep.
And there we go.
Apologies. I'm usually better at this. A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a
Hey, Gale.
pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Gail, guess what?
Say, but I know you, don't I?
I have the same haircut as you.
You were on the North Lloyd as well.
Trip, I think, is what I need to do. I
And
think.
I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
Give me the short bow. Give me the mushroom.
No use sugarcoating it, is there? The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? It's a process known as ceramorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided.
Oh god,
You
the
don't happen
lag.
to be a cleric by any chance, do you?
Where are we at?
A doctor?
You seem to know enough
Half
about our
of that.
condition to really.
Most, no doubt. But I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the, as we've established, few enough can. It's not. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon too. How about we lend each other a
I
helping
can't
hand once
I
more
can't vouch
and
for
forge
you or
on
against you,
together?
Daruni. I don't know you well enough.
Most excellent.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab
Parasite
the
shares a
Emerald
parasite
Grove
halved. Something to that
whatchamacallit.
effect. Oh, but before
Teleport.
you think you're about to it's an act of foresight
The
and
waypoint.
kindness, I assure
I think
you.
that's the one that's
that
that Gale's
waypoint?
in, right?
No, huh?
Oh, roadside. Okay. Sounds good to me.
There we go. So you can just teleport up here if you wanted to.
Yeah, let me do my
Why would
level
anyone
up.
here say anything suggestive? I don't know, Benny. Why? Particular guitars, if you burn your fingertips on pizza, don't go and start playing because it makes them hurt a little bit more. I mean, I would imagine so.
Yeah, that sounds like it would hurt a lot more.
Yeah. Gosh dang. Totally not doing that right now. Orion. My gosh.
Orion.
Uh,
Just staring at my guitar. Uh-huh.
uh-huh.
Is the guitar
I'm sure
in your
you
hands?
are. Staring at it while it's in your hands? On your lap? This year has been a flop for games, in your opinion? I mean, there's been good games like good friend multiplayer games like Peek and Repo and stuff, but not like... I guess there hasn't been any big single player story types, I guess.
I mean, there's been
trying to
the
think.
Claire Obscure or whatever. Expedition 33.
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't heard much about it really. The only big one right now you can say is Grounded 2. See, I haven't even played the first Grounded yet. So I don't know. Oh god. Freaking lag. There's a bit too many great ones out. Yeah, thinking about it, yeah. Expedition 33 is an amazing game. I haven't played it. I haven't heard much about it to really warrant like getting it and trying to play it. Never played the first one, but enjoying the second one. I still want to try playing the first one first, I think. I heard it's great, but it's not my type of game. I don't know much about Expedition 33. It's a turn-based game with a parry mechanic? Okay. That's why Vinny's saying it's not his type of game, because turn-based. Gotta replay most of my past games on PC, like Mass Effect. Yeah, you do. I gotta play them too.
Send
I have
this
the first one downloaded, just haven't gotten around to it yet. Heck yeah.
I don't get that as a melee weapon. He can have two.
Wits and blades always sharp.
I just sent the armor, not armor, the sword to Lae'zel.
Perfect.
Let's get going.
I'll go ahead and throw it on her.
There's that for you
There's a
in case you need
dexterity
it.
saving thing. Just send it to Asterion.
Let me see.
There's a thing that's good for that. I'm gonna send this to you and your character.
At least things have stayed interesting.
What's this? This is a great song. Which song are you talking about? Are you talking about the one that just finished playing, or the Bring Me
Ironically,
Horizon
that's what I
coming out?
usually send to Astarion.
Perfect. It's like Honkai in terms of fights, if I remember correctly, and the last time I enjoyed that was Pokemon Sapphire. Ah, okay. First I'd even yeah, I like the song. I do like.
A headache.
I've played Star Rail, played Genshin. Obviously, I've played Genshin for a very long time, but I don't know. I'm just kind of. Eh. Hi, Steph. How you doing? What do you mean by I look different?
Maybe the sleeves, Morg.
Is it sleeves?
Hey, you know,
Are you talking about my character being an orc? I don't know what you're talking about. Sleeves, eyes. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I put the sleeves on, and then I got the. Stare forward for a second. I got the crosses in the eyes, like my my actual design. So yeah. I didn't do anything with stars stuff. I gotta be very careful about what I say because of gosh dang iron.
Alright, whenever you're ready for the growth fight.
Yeah, I'm good whenever.
I'm gonna take my little team up here.
Oh god, the lag. Yes, I see you, Iron.
Iron's just watching and waiting. You seem to like doing that an awful lot, Iron.
There we go. Have crosses in your eyes? I do! Hold on, let me.
What's going on? Goblins are on our tail!
Ta-da!
Open the gates, therefore, now! You let goblins here?
There you go.
Where is the druid?
Oh, you can see him.
There's no time!
Yes, there are crosses there.
Nine hells! Open the gates! Cannon!
Stuff.
No!
Why?
What's Iron,
Iron
doing
doing
now?
Iron
Lurking while listening to
Iron is
sound
being Iron.
clips.
Yeah.
Provoke the blade.
Why am I handcuffed? Why?
Suffer it stick.
I heard handcuffs.
Yeah, stuff handcuffed me. Iron's hand firmly grasping the clip tool as he watches from the dark. Yeah. Absolutely. You mentioned Iron Switch Shackles. I was talking about Iron. The person. What? Lunar!
Yeah.
Thank you, Orion. At least
You
someone's
called.
being nice.
Listen, I heard handcuffs, so I had to complete the theme. Thank you, Steph.
Fine. Which reminds me, it should have triggered jail. Okay, it did. Good. Good.
Let's go.
When we get down here, 30, 60, 65, 50, 75, not of movement. go there. No, but what do you mean, alright?
The character names. Mine is Aluria.
And then I got Elvenia. The fact that we both went IA at the end. We're sharing a brain cell.
I think we have been all day.
I think we have been too.
Where?
See. Drafted. Perfect. I feel like that's
I guessed right.
Who was who? Yeah.
Yep.
I usually go between 3 different names. Eerie, Alohaven, and Elvenia.
I don't want to waste my spell
It's out on
slots
naming a
early.
character Lizard. I can't say that. That's very hard.
Lizardia.
Anyways. Oh, alright. No. Not reading that. Not reading it.
Yep, sped. Oh my god.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Oh. I'm dancing?
Wait, what? Mystery. Mystery.
I'm dancing.
Mystery
Man.
cast Otto's irresistible dance.
I was very confused because I was like, I don't think anyone here's a bard.
Okay, Barth better not walk in my cloud of daggers. That's all I gotta say. You made Morg dancing. I mean, look at that. The half-orc barbarian. You know, you like
Yeah.
admit it. It is funny.
The funny thing is I'm dancing standing in grease.
And your head is like floating away from me.
What?
Look on my stream for a second.
No worries, banana. Oh, the. Let me just.
It's just floating.
Oh. Well.
That is a thing.
That's interesting. Yeah, no, my head's attached to me.
Everybody else's heads are attached for me.
Thank you for checking in stuff. I can't attack, but I can throw.
And that works.
I threw a dagger. Freebird by Leonard Skinner. Oh no. No stuff. It's so funny that I'm having a horizontal monster mesh can be construed as a double entendre. Huh? I don't get that.
Which part before I say it?
Any of it. I'm confused.
Horizontal tango.
I'm still.
It sounds like monster fucking to me.
Ah, okay. I should have guessed because it's Benny.
You're just pure.
No, I'm just dumb. Eridan, you came dangerous close to that. Play by acoustic with Freever, please, because I can play that part. Heck yeah! Go for it.
Wait, his fingers though.
Ah, Ryan! No. Don't do that. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Mystery.
I was gonna say, was that mystery again?
That was mystery. He blew up the grease.
I was surprised to hear things like monster novels. I've never heard that before. Other than the song.
Yeah, I think that's what Benny's referring to is the song. It's more about the matching part.
That was the last of them. That's what I always say.
When did I get knocked down?
Have I been this way before?
I do not know.
Orion. Didn't blow up the grease. You created the fire, but that is what caused the grease to explode.
Yeah. That's how you explode things.
Grease
God,
filled
lag.
boom. The poor trader here is just gonna have nothing left. We're just gonna be...
You know, I didn't even think about the... Is the mod that gives you, like, more gold at the merchants on
I
here? 'Cause
don't
I didn't
think
even
it
think
is.
about that one. Dang. Can you
That's not-
open?
Correlation does not
There it
equal
goes.
causation. Mystery, you saw we were standing in the grease.
It's obvious.
Probably not intentional.
Oh wait, hold on. I want to talk to because I gotta do something.
You want to punch him?
Yes.
I can't punch him as a tiefling, so you go for it.
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Human. Yes! 22!
Oh, your head's floating away from me.
That's
Again?
Yeah.
that, I suppose. The goblins have found us. No doubt the beast
Actually,
will be
I
back.
didn't see that.
Alright,
Fair
I'm-
enough.
I'm happy. I got to punch
Alright.
Eridan.
I love punching
That's all I ever
Eridan.
asked for. I love
You
punching him.
acted
It's
quickly.
great.
I'm just sorry I didn't
I
get
didn't
there
commit arson. I
first.
just put a badge. The house
Thank
burned
you
on its own.
for your help out there. I'm Zevlor.
I should have done the crit fail next roll. Oh god.
Then you'll have
No.
better luck looting the goblins outside. This is a druid's grove. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen.
Thought about
those
doing that
who-
one. Uh-huh.
There we go.
Goblin got you. The druid Halsin's a renowned healer, but he didn't make it back from Aradin's expedition. If it's not
that's
too
not for you.
serious, you could try his apprentice Nettie.
She's
with the other
batting at a
druids in the inner grove.
bag
They've
from Family
started a
Dollar.
ritual to cut the grove off.
Back to attending sleep.
We can't
Yeah,
Have
no worries,
fun.
Benny.
But we'll be
Thanks for hanging
slaughtered if
out.
we leave.
Go get some good sleeps.
We're no fighters.
You need it.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me.
Not exactly what I meant to do, but you know what?
I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place.
There we go.
Perhaps you could persuade
She loves punching him.
for more time to
Cuffed
prepare,
real tight.
if nothing else. We don't
Really
owe
are.
a great debt. What little
Really?
we have, we'll scrape together. It isn't coin we need, it's time.
Turning your back on the needy to save your own skin? Maybe we'll
We're gonna
get
do-
one after all.
Oh, not 20.
understand.
That works. Thank you for the
I
head
can
pat
only
stuff.
thank you for the help you've already given. If you'll excuse me, I'd
Why?
best get my people moving.
You gave me the head pats and then you handcuffed. Why?
I heard handcuffed and head pets.
Who hit? Mystery, did you just hit me with vicious mockery?
Yes, Mystery did. Excuse me,
I'm being
Eridan.
shot, and I'm late, and I'm in jail.
Then I
Why?
get sucker punched by a foul blood.
Oh, Aridin thinks I sucker punched him.
Done with this hellhole.
Oh.
Because I accidentally clicked on him. And he was like,
History. Let's look for help.
then he, you know, dropped his usual slur.
Eh.
Yeah,
Actually,
mystery.
I'll let you go to Aaron. I'll go to Damon.
Okay.
Refugees, adventurers.
Do you need the draw
Long
touch silver
years, and
blade?
suddenly we're
I got 2 of
overwhelmed.
them.
Well met.
I typically use them
And
once I
thank
hit
you
level
for beating
4.
back those goblins.
Okay,
Because I have
will send them
to.
to you.
Is there anything you need?
I just have to get to
Act
my
fast
first
if you
feet
do.
to be able to use them with
The ritual
as a
will be
tiefling.
complete before too long.
Okay.
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
There. That wears. That wears. And add those 2 to wears.
Do you need the gloves of power?
What did they give again?
Hit with a weapon attack, possibly inflict a penalty, and then it's sleight of hand +1.
Oh no, I'm good.
I thought it was something else until I saw that.
Really, stuff I think should be bad. This is just how stuff is. There we are. Just the result of what it looked like. It just hit me after the dialogue.
Well, I guess I will
Guide your path.
drop it for you, Mystery. I'll drop the gloves of power. Damn.
Let me see your wares. I don't think I
Need
could sell
anything else?
everything, can I? Oh, I can!
Of course.
Aha!
But please remember, you're not the
It's
only
medium
one in need.
armor, medium armor, light armor, heavy armor. It's a spear
I think
plus
I've already
1.
sold everything I can.
I think we're good.
Cuffs are both a reward and a punishment. I could not agree more.
Stuff, no. Lunar, no. No.
Sylvanus be with
Man,
you.
I wish Damon was romanceable.
Nobody gets the powerful glove. They're too powerful even for the cult leader. I don't use them anyways. I sell them to Aaron in every other playthrough.
Swing and swing and. Oh.
Now we got Will.
I knew I liked the lunar. They know what's up. And I know what's not up, too.
Oh, gosh.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
There we go.
Put
I think
it down.
that's...
She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way.
She didn't kill
Let's
your
do
brother,
that.
Arca. You're better than this.
Your mind wanders.
I think it's that one. If I'm remembering
If the
correctly.
crossbow bolt
Thank you for the
shot
hydration,
through her
mystery.
mouth, would
I
she
shall do.
taste the metal before she died.
Yeah.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it.
I'm gonna tell Will to go to camp.
You should be able to just have them in the party.
I don't like playing as a warlock.
That's fair.
If I can avoid thank you for the
I'm
pet.
not afraid.
If I can avoid
Chosen by the absolute I am.
spell slots,
I'm blessed.
I prefer to
I'll
avoid
bless
them.
you all right.
That's fair.
I feel like they're gonna
Here
not
it
be happy if I
comes,
break this
you
chest.
Little beast.
So, I think I'll wait until you get up here with the Asterion, and then you can lockpick it.
Oh, I was gonna go
Thank you,
rescue the
Miss
one
Bree.
girl and off to
Why?
the side, but I can.
No!
Where are you? You're over there. Okay.
Over here by, Mattis. It's not fun! No mystery.
Keep your distance, darling. Simple.
Alright, there you go.
Where am I?
Perfect. Thank you.
Lunar can pick locks. I actually can IRL.
Don't waste a step.
I'm not very good at it, but I can do it.
Buy something useful. Okay, there we go. There goes Sophie.
That might be worth a look.
There we go.
Okay, that's...
Mystery, I assume you're some sort of security guard or something.
He is.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Basic locks.
only pick the most
yeah, same.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised, stuff?
See, I can explain how and why. If you are curious. Ow.
I mean, yeah. Ah, my model. Model, please.
So, I hated
There we go.
babysitting my nephews. My logic was if I taught them to do something my sister didn't like, I would stop being asked to babysit.
This place is off limits.
So I taught myself to lockpick basic door locks like inside the house because she locked like snacks behind her pantry door like with a key because my nephews would kept eating like half of their snack and then getting a brand new one instead. It wasn't that they couldn't have it,
okay.
it was because they were wasting food.
Good night, Iron. Have some good sleep.
Good night, Iron.
Oh.
Hi, Terror. Thank you. But no, I taught myself how to lockpick so I could teach my nephews every time I got asked to babysit when I didn't want to babysit.
I love it. I'm gonna give the Amulet of Sylvanas to Shadowheart.
That works. I usually gather all the Selûnite stuff and make her wear it.
You got something to say?
Surprise, bro. I'm not surprised that Stuff knows how to pick basic locks like cuffs.
Hey.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yes.
Even for the acoustic part for Grippers Hard, it's probably mainly me because I do double tempo storm pattern. I don't know what any of that means. All right.
I don't know either, and I was a music major.
I didn't go to college. I wasn't a major in anything.
Yep.
Damn it! Was inventory today? I'm sorry. Nerves are shot up. Do what you gotta do. Sorry if I don't show you around. I just fall back down.
I'm gonna do
Bloody
horrible
potion.
at this. Yeah. I knew it. Oh yeah, we have unlimited inspirations, right?
No, we just have an uncapped version, yeah.
The one with
Okay.
the lotions and potions. To her credit, it worked.
Try again.
I'm as strong as a bugbear and fearless.
Oh, I needed a 10. I got a
Course
10.
you're also warned of
That
silence.
22nd try. Yes. Hi Tara, how
Should've
you doing?
listened.
One of them more legit, but never had the time or the excuse. I mean, you don't really need an excuse. You can just do it.
The clown is cute.
Use my
with
hand
use-
with the pick, plays the strings, moves really. Ah, okay. Clown is cute. User. No, we're not using Alfira as a slingshot. Also, she's a bard. She's not a clown. Instrument case.
This way.
All right, I'm putting a chest in Asterian's thing.
Take you.
Okay, I'm
his
trying
inventory.
to get this girl off the ground where she's paralyzed.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, that's
And
that's a reason you can
Durha.
use the lesser restoration that I sent Shadowheart.
Oh, okay, good. Because I
Yeah, the
thought-
Amulet of Sylvanas.
Oh, she already had something similar, and I guess that's a higher level.
Yeah, you can get lesser restoration later on for her, but
I usually come back through a couple like towards the end of Act
levels later.
1, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you use the Amulet of Sylvanas, you can go ahead and get her
There we go.
up.
My legs! I can stand again! Did you do that?
There we go.
Thank you.
Look.
Use her as a singing hat
He's
rack.
supposed to be here, but I'll turn a blind eye.
Stop.
Just don't touch anything, all right?
Are you saying you would use me as a hat rack? Is that what you're saying? Because it could be pretty easy to pick, but that's why they put the one to unlock the other side, so it's harder to pick for anyone wearing them. That makes sense. Lunar,
Yes.
why?
Because I can.
Why?
Because I can.
How rude.
He's not rude.
He's rude.
If that's bones, you
Okay.
can't have that. That is a bone.
Need to come over here.
How much
A towel rack? I don't want to be a towel rack.
No traps, please.
I don't want to be any kind of rack.
Okay.
Not furniture. Man, I failed the perception check.
For which one?
The haystack. I got it with Blazel though. Alright, Lizelle, you stay up there.
Fine. What
for a
about
second.
being on a rack? That's fair.
Ah. That hurt, but that's okay. Criminal justice have been taught how to cuff people and also cause their cuffs doesn't mean you relax. It's a big no. I mean, that makes sense. I've never thought about it that way, but that makes sense.
Okay, Zoru's not over here where he normally is. I don't know if you've talked to him yet with Lazel.
No, I haven't.
Any questions, children? You would choose strangers over us.
That's gonna hurt. No matter where I...
Oh.
Let's put that back there. If for some reason the cuffs come loose, the swinging side is a great shank.
Oh god.
I mean, that makes sense too, though.
I mean, it
I
does.
wouldn't think of that.
We're exposed now.
There's over. Come here, dude. I gotta talk to you. Okay, there we go. Zoru's done. Alright, Liza. Not a great shake. It's a super sharp on most bottles, but serviceable. I mean, worst comes to worst. It's something. Okay, thanks, Lizelle. Where are you at? Oh, where are you? Oh, you're running around over there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going over here to try and get the Lacrissa. I don't have Misty Step yet, so.
Oh, are you talking about to get up to get that chest? That's
Yeah.
I can jump up there.
Oh, I can't.
I can. Proven against human skin, most things are right, Shank. I mean, yeah. Yeah. The skin's not exactly the strongest thing in the world. Do you need to talk to Lacrissa, or
I
you want me
was
just
gonna
get
talk
the-
to her, but I think I don't think I'll be able to get up there.
Ready and willing.
I mean, I would throw her down if I could, but
I'd just aggro the whole grove.
or zero take things at once. That is okay. Bodies aren't great against piercing, but adapted against ripping. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I know how I
Although-
can get up there.
It also depends on the person. Because, like, for me, unfortunately, I bruise easy, but I also cut easy.
I can just cheaters Misty step up there to talk to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got my ways around it.
Yeah, come on, Lizelle.
Used to think the goblins would kill us the second we set foot outside. But after hearing what you did at the gate, well,
Like, I've got
I
a
still think
scar
they'll
on the
kill
inside
us.
of my
but at least we can put up a fight.
my arm, right above where the elbow is, and it's where Sam had stepped down onto my arm, and his
There's optimism,
claw
and
just
then
ripped
there's
straight
stupid,
through.
hun.
Ew.
Plenty of us fell
So,
to monsters already.
that's a fun little scar.
I don't see the rest of us lasting long out there. But if you're so sure we will, why not put a little gold on the line?
Something episiotomies, episiotomies? What are episiotomies? I don't know what those are offhand. I've heard the word before, I just don't know
And since
what it
I
means
didn't want
exactly.
to leave a debt unpaid, that means we're destined to meet in Baldur's Gate. Looking forward to it.
What do you want? What are you, 10? I got 11! Haha.
Whoa.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
I'm also one of those that I keep every book.
That's fair.
When a doctor makes a cut to decrease hearing. Ah! I hate that. No, thank you. I'm good. They're moving away from them. They're still a thing. I'm glad they're moving away from them because that sounds...
That's painful.
Horrifying. Yeah. No, thank you. I'd be good without it. And then it's just that one up there. Better than tear in the same place? I mean, yes, but it still sounds very painful and just no thank you.
I mean, it would also heal faster.
Yeah.
Remember.
But that's also why I got sterilized, because I was like, I don't want to go through it. I'll just say no. Don't think I cut easy because I've had a pit bull play with my arm. She never broke the surface, but left me with scratches that cleared in about a week. Yeah, see, that would absolutely cut me.
See, it wouldn't cut me, but I would have really bad scratches for a hot minute.
Your companion
Yeah.
vouched for you, but you're being watched. Respect our grove.
Oh yeah, I forgot you unlocked this. There we go.
I'm gonna trade with Volo real quick while I wait for you.
Did you mean to leave everyone else behind?
No, they just decided to separate, I guess.
The goal is currently 1 in 25 and 100 votes. That would be much better than, I assume, at the frequency that they do them currently, or have done them in the past.
Oh. Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins?
You search your mind successfully.
And the dragon they had. Last question, then you'll be. They did. Ivan Tech the scandal.
Throw those just in case.
got that chest right? Yeah, I did. And I sent it to
But is
Asterion, I believe.
I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll... Oh, never you mind. Until we meet again.
Alright, now I'm gonna go get Shadowheart. And then where did they get stuck? Oh, they're still stuck on that cliff.
No time to waste.
Oh yeah, because when I used the Misty Step thing, it separated them.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
No, just totally Shadowheart and Astari and be like, alright, we're going on strike. Thought something about something lunar. Oh god, what did you think about? The party's going on strike? Because this ain't a union.
See, I misread that at first, and I was like, I thought Mystery said that they thought something about you.
That's what I read it as first, too. It's a lifted dually pickup truck? Okay.
Okay.
Where is this going?
Control. Just need to find a way forward.
Yeah. Not doing terrible up there. Okay.
If are you laying your head on the controller? Oh, my controller's under my
Stop!
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 We're still sharing the brain cell. The coworker. Oh, it's that coworker. He's gonna have so much fun. Deserved. In that case, he probably does stuff.
Oh god.
If it's that coworker.
Better not be cursed.
The grove will be made safe. The circle will be closed.
Let's just short rest real quick.
Yeah.
Alright. The rats just lined up.
Did they? I wasn't even paying attention to them.
They were all in a line. Like they were watching.
I'm sorry.
This is madness, Korga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will
Okay,
cast out
Kaga,
the
you
rest.
reverse mullet looking ass bitch.
I mean, I understand her hair is supposed to kind of resemble like a viper, but
That child in a heart.
I really don't like it.
It's really a...
Girl. You mean parasite? She eats our food, drinks
Oh
our
my
water, then steals
It
our
really
meat
looks
and
like a
looks
reverse
in
mullet.
thanks.
It looks like she has mutton
Lock her up.
chops.
Yeah.
She remains here until the rite is complete.
Instead of tiny little hair bands at her chin.
Tila is
Ryan!
vicious.
My feet are not that small.
Come, Korga. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do
He's
it.
gonna have a hard time driving to his new post of parking without hitting anything. Oh no.
Oh no, Mystery. I guarantee he's probably gonna hit something and then claim it's not his fault.
The death of a child.
And then get in more
This
trouble.
Tragedy that never grows old. Her life matters more than satiating your dark fantasies.
Oh, you did Dark Urge. I didn't realize you did Dark Urge.
I did.
Clearly, this child's life
Uh-huh.
is in danger.
We're just gonna... Nice.
It was LP mixed snakeheads, and why does she have full strings? Stop!
That bitch right there is the first druid.
Halsin is gone.
Kaga.
I am first druid now. I will take control and prove
Did
my
a tenant do that
authority.
the other day? Oh no.
Fair words.
Excuse me, Lae'zel, why do you disapprove?
Take to the others.
And why do I care?
My grace. Sif, Tila, to me.
They hit a
They
charger
hit-
parked within the lines and blamed the charger owner?
Okay, yeah, so I was right. They are gonna
Thank you,
hit and run
Korga.
somebody at the courthouse and then get in more
Halsin
trouble,
isn't
especially
here.
with your guys' job.
Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Tiff,
Gosh dang.
Tiff, you can't bat things off my desk.
Oh no, you gotta talk to Shadowheart and Gale.
Yup.
I'll
They're
go talk
both
to Nettie.
yappy.
I know that look.
Oh, I was gonna do that for a sorry on approval, but oh wait, no, I'm romancing Gale. We're
Let's
good.
just
We're good.
clear the air about
You're
that
romancing
now.
Gale? Okay.
It's
At this point,
just an old
I
wound
guess
that hurts me for
whoever comes on to me
It's
first.
nothing to do with the tadpoles, at
Oh,
least.
gosh.
In case your imagination is
Wait,
in danger of
patiently.
getting away from you.
Nettie.
It's just
Healing.
something I have to live with.
Why am
Quite
I?
a lot, if
Why
I'm
am I
being
lose L?
honest. But it all
Oh, the
passes
tenant hit the
quickly,
charger.
so I
Okay.
can manage.
Tiff, I need you to get out of there.
Sure, the coworker will do it too. Lisa looks like she's channeling Michael Jackson. She's a good Yankee.
I mean, size 8 in men, but 8 in women's is small. I wear a size 9 in women's.
It's average.
I wear a size 9, and that's just the top of my feet are puffy.
7 to 9 is average. I
Wait.
am average.
Positive. You can trust
Y'all
me
act
on
like
that.
I am Neko's wife here. She's small.
Must we? No harm in a little mystery. Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along. There's no story. I understand why you ask. We've been through quite a lot, with likely more to come. Care to narrow it down a little?
Coworker used to be a sheriff's deputy.
Oh, God.
No.
No wonder he's such an asshole.
Woman has more venom in her heart
I
than
didn't
a
want to say it.
snake in it.
Oh, no, I will say it.
I know you will.
What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions?
Are you
Excuse me,
Neko's
one
wife?
moment, please.
No.
No.
Morg is not Neko's wife.
No. No, no, no. Neko's wife is tiny compared to me.
Couldn't agree more.
She is
The
very,
girl
very
wasn't
tiny.
innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty.
And when we talk about men's shoe size, we ain't talking about feet. Orion. Ay. Here,
Oh,
Shadowheart. Walking.
Okay.
It's a common saying. It means pee-pee size.
Ah!
He also
How does
used to
that
grow
even
weed.
correlate?
Apparently, the bigger feet you have, the
How's that supposed to
bigger.
correlate? Are you gonna grab the druid letter?
Say it.
Oh, I wasn't going to.
You think I'm a monster?
Oh, okay. You just want to end up killing Kaga?
Yes.
I assume. Okay. Because I always grab it just so I can hear Halson yell at Kaga.
I mean, we can do that. I haven't done that before.
You haven't?
No, I always murder her.
Say so. I know your kind.
I love
You see only
grabbing it
villains and victims.
so that we can expose her.
A viper bears her fangs defending
Like,
her
I
brood.
go and get it just to justify the fight with
You
her.
call her monster. No matter. I took back the idol of
Stop.
Silvanus, and the righteous resumed.
Use that weapon.
We will seal the grove.
Kaga.
Free from harm.
Full string bitch.
Free of intruders.
Hey, dude. Mercurial. However you say I don't know how to say your name. Go away. Move. Get out.
The right of thorns.
Let me know whenever you
It
are
is the Tree
done.
Father's gift that none
And I would
come
say
to harm.
leave because sometimes it will glitch
we
out
speak
and
the
they'll
final prayer.
aggro against
The
you
great vine will sprout
Yeah, I'm
after grabbing the chest.
The grove will be
I'm
cloaked
coming
in
to
bramble and
ask
thorn.
as soon as Kaga stops
no one
yapping.
enters, no one leaves.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Sanctuary.
Women's 8 is a 6.5 in mid.
While outlanders
Knife ears do add
infect us.
cuteness to video
That's a
games.
child size? No, it isn't.
Demands that we choke them out.
Jeez. Woman's 8 is a 6 in men's. It's -2.
Yeah. It's a 2.
There's 2 difference.
2 separate.
Because Zeph's shoe size is a 10, which is an 8 in women's, and he, no. His would be 12 in women's. Blah. You can tell I've been streaming for 10 hours.
It's okay. It's perfectly fine.
And mine perish if he stays. You showed great mettle at the gate. The mettle of a skilled sword for hire. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders out of the grove.
I just had Lizelle teleport
sure
to the
they'll reward you well.
Grove
They're to be
waypoint.
gone before
Okay.
final prayer.
I would, but I can't share that info.
Must strike.
I think Mystery
Ooh.
is thinking the exposing comment was about
Oh.
coworker, not Kaga.
It was Kaga.
You will do more than speak. This tale ends but one.
Oh yeah, I still
10
owe you guys a
hours.
12-hour.
And still 7 to go, yeah. I'm hoping it stays 7. But I mean that in the way 7 and counting down, not staying at 7 before anybody. Alright, I gotta grab another drink real quick, but I will teleport to that waypoint.
Perfect.
Because Vorpal is making me
hydrate.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them.
Oh no.
Listen,
6 is still less than 6.5, so point is there.
Vorpal, I think Vorpal just likes to see me get pelted with water and monster.
It's average size, Orion. Average. It made sense with the chat order. Oh no, it did. It did. So I understand how you could mistake that, Mystery. Oh no. Oh no, Mystery.
Okay, I'm back. You could extend it. 2 minutes times 10. That only had like 20 minutes. No man's ever comforted by being told it's average size, but what if it is average?
That's saying my feet are average, and I'm just barely below average
Oh,
height.
it didn't even teleport me out of the grove. Oh no.
So,
It's
there we
not
go.
aggroed.
There's the chest for Asterion. I just grabbed the whole chest.
Lovely.
That's why I love playing as a, like, just Unga Bunga Smash.
If it's actually average, we just accept it. Oh my god. Fine, 200,000? Oh my god, no.
Oh gosh. Stuff! That's not what I mean.
Stuff, I prefer more than a handful, actually. I didn't want to pick it up. Okay.
Thin is average for man. If only brain cells were like shoe size, it would really. Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Oh.
Don't tempt me, it's only a few $100. For what, 200,000 bits? That's more than a few hundred.
Yeah. 200,000 bits would be $2,000.
Yeah.
And then you gotta add in Twitch's cut. The 2,000 would be what we would receive. But it's
Unless
more
they
than
do
that.
it through,
5
like, crowd control, so.
I don't know
100 bits
anything
is
about crowd
$1.
control.
Crowd control does like an 80-20 split.
Ah.
Like we get 80, 20% goes to crowd control.
That makes sense, though.
Not with the discounts online for bits. How are you buying bits with a discount? Was my question. Alright, I'm sending the 2 chests to you open. We'll send Starium back to you. There you go.
Okay.
They're already locked.
I'm in where the statues are.
Which
That,
statues?
like, hidden area. The ones that you have to undo with the switch.
Oh, those ones.
Yeah.
Are you talking about like 200,000 coins on crowd control? Mystery. Because those pay out different if you buy them from crowd control themselves.
So, do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over?
Mobile browser has a discount. Oh my god.
Not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle.
Imagine if Morg did a 96-hour marathon. Listen, if that ended up happening to me, I would leave the timer going while I was sleeping.
Oh
A
no.
large streamer I watch does that for his subathons because they go like a month to 2 months long. And he just puts Placid Plastic Duck Simulator on overnight.
It's been 2 months. It's been 2 months.
Oh wow. Talking about bits, not crowd control. Oh, okay. I don't know how you get the... It still would be a lot of money though.
Mm-hmm.
For that many bits.
You know what I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food.
No streamer has a camera 24/7 except when they're on the toilet and showering. I could not do that.
I also know one who does that.
That's a different.
I have to have my
Rare as can be.
my alone time.
I
Sometime.
also could not do that.
Well, unless we find a
Like, I love
cure,
you
we
guys.
won't have any teeth to chew it
But I gotta be
with
away
soon
from y'all a
enough.
little bit.
What I'm hearing is Morg doesn't
Never
love
need
us.
to use the leaf blower to wake us up. Oh no.
Oh god, I
And
would
that's
never
not
get
what I'm
any
saying
sleep.
at all.
I gotta give you crap. Part of the job is mod.
Yeah.
It would only be $2,400. Jesus Christ.
Stop! No.
I'm not gonna make the alone time joke. Listen, I would need the alone time. Not in that way, but like alone time in general.
Bat, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, we hit the follow goal again. Alrighty.
Woo.
Yay! Thank you guys. I would never do that. I like privacy too much. Exactly. I just
Oh.
gotta have privacy in some aspects of my life. I'm an open book to y'all majority of the time anyways.
Oh yeah, we gotta go talk to Arabella's parents. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, we should probably do that. I'm gonna do that just in case. Well, no, I just need to get an artifact for Gale. It doesn't matter what it is. I like keeping that locket for sentimental reasons.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go stop by Aaron and buy one. I mean, they just look mystery. Mystery, you would make me genuinely fucking cry. Like, full-blown sob if you did that.
Of course, but please.
Because
remember,
that would be my
you're not the
transmission
only one
replacement in total. Ah, Tiff, that's my keyboard. I have insufficient gold. Well, is that supposed to
Is that supposed
dissuade?
to
Yes.
That's not a very good dissuade attempt. That's just more of a reason to do it, Lunar.
But you don't want me to cry.
Okay. You know as well as I do. That's why I had to put it on my bingo card, because they love to make the streamer cry.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
See, making him really consider it makes him consider if he can actually afford it. There. So, it did work.
These people aren't fighters. We can help.
It does work in some
Or yell
situations.
louder. That's fine too.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes.
It just depends on the person.
Mhm.
I know you would, Mystery. Welcome, Ian. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Bleh. I got tongue-tied.
Totally nope. Absolutely not something chat loves. No one in chat would ever enjoy streamer suffering or tears. No one at all. Literally the whole first week I started the emergency donathon thing. Y'all just, every time I streamed. Every time.
Thank you for the lyric.
Thanks for the hydration, Yargan.
I won 4 bingos. Whoa, I need to think of more bingo events for mine.
Feel free to steal any of mine.
I could do that. Am I gonna do that right now? No.
I can screenshot them for you.
I think I can go through and look at them.
She's right, Roland.
Can you? I don't
Yeah,
know.
because remember I can call events from the panel.
Oh yeah.
Stay too, lest you both end up with your throat slit by.
It's
goblin
extremely
blade.
hard to make me cry. I tried to once on stream. I couldn't do it. Oh no.
Well, Nick
I
made
don't
me
even
cry
try
on
to.
stream the other day, so.
Yeah.
Die if I met heroic and reeking of this place.
You remember?
Never get the smell.
Were you here, Ryan? Whenever they were making me cry? I don't remember.
Mystery. Thank you for the biddies.
Because there's been multiple times that I've cried on stream at this point.
There's a smidge. Oh, thank you. Okay, where was I supposed to go down here? Oh, Arabella's parents.
Yes.
Ooh, legally hips in the bit. Yes, you can pelt me with money. Quite literally.
See, if I can get the correct stuff for the PC to where I'm not actively dying, I will
also hydrate.
get
Thank you, Matt.
I would get the fish thing, the fishing game thing.
Fine. Stop it.
Definitely remember at least once
hydrate
for the
again.
Our
subathon.
little Hellion told us what happened.
For the subathon or for the donathon?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Don't know
Mystery.
what we'd do without her.
Because I've done subathons in the past, but this one's a donathon. You save for a new laptop? Yes. Please. Please save for a new laptop.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Thank you for helping me.
You can't fish from here, stop.
Hydrate until I have
Well.
to pee. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Isn't that how Mum usually is?
Oh no, it's still a stuffed fish. The bot just yelled.
Oh.
Yeah, your bot yelled about it. Mine was like, okay, cool.
I need to try and turn that off to where it doesn't do that.
Lives are at
A
stake.
subathon, donathon?
And the
Yeah.
cowards only
I mean, I've done subathons in the past, but it's been a while since I've
Mega,
done any of those.
it's gonna be a hot minute anyways. I've already had to go, like, if
Right on two
not
different
that
things at
long
the same time.
ago.
It's okay, Ryan. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I talked to them. I think we have to talk to Zevlor. So, sex. We just started this round. Thank you, Mystery. Anything with Morg is a subathon.
No.
I'm so glad you all think the Dommy Mommy personality is legit. Thank you.
Is this where I get to tell them to go to your Twitter?
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
I'm gonna DM you real
happened.
quick.
Thank you for protecting the child. If the druids are this far gone, then it's not just.
Have you been
goblins
hiding a
we
secret
have to
from me?
fear. So we can risk
It's
our
not a
lives
secret.
here, or face it for
Oh.
certain on the road.
I just don't verbally say it to chat. If they find it, they find it. I do not think you were remotely Dommy. Damn. Thank you for the biddies, Mystery. Also, thank you for the follow a minute ago. Yeah. I don't post on it ever.
I only know about the one.
Yeah, I really don't post on the other one.
No, the druids
Well, either
are too
way.
powerful. We can't stand against them all.
It still stands.
It's Korga's influence. Without her
The mild
twisting
panic when I thought you knew
believe
about
the
the other
druids
one and
may
you were
have
about to just like name drop it in chat.
No, I didn't know anything about it.
I made it because people are like, they would DM me being like, I'll sub if I can get a spicy picture. I'm not name dropping
We'd have to get close to
the actual like at for it before anybody asks. But I will send that to people who were like, spicy picture for subs. Thank you. Oh, mystery. Wait, we can get those? Mega, I'm pretty sure you've already seen mine. I'm pretty sure you have. Oh, more biddies? Thank you, mystery.
To get these people to Baldur's Gate. Everything.
That's a lot of
I'm
biddies.
still hoping Korga can be swayed from this madness. But if not, leaders need to make tough decisions.
I'm getting pelted with biddies. Is this the time to make the biddies for the titties joke?
Oh no.
Probably boobs. Boobs anyways, they all look the same. I think I have accidentally sent you a snap, Mega, that was meant for
People
somebody
thinking
else.
all streamers are bottoms. I mean, I'm not surprised stuff. I'm not surprised at all about that.
Thank you, mystery.
Yay!
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys.
Yeah.
You guys were doing rivals. I hope that was fun. If you haven't seen me before, I'm Lunar Dust. I do a lot of DBD and horror and variety, but right now we're doing a birthday subathon, so I'm gaming with my friend Mortuary.
Ah.
It was alright. Oh, that's good.
Excuse you, Orion. Excuse you.
Also based as hell, apparently. Me or Morg?
Funny thing is, I actually retook it and I got slightly different results.
Oh?
I did. A lot of it's still the same. But just ever so slight difference.
Irresistible desperation about you. I like it.
But I feel kind of called by this.
I'm a magistrate back in the city.
Oh.
It's all rather tedious.
Okay, mystery, how many bits was that? Because I lost track and I have to add your biddies. Oh, no, I don't want you to leave a Saurian. I was talking about I have taken it to do. Hello, how are you doing today, hon? I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? If you do have to raid and run, guys, I totally get it. Loon's a cult mommy and cult leader. Don't let Loon fool you. Oh my gosh. You make cult jokes one time and they become your whole brand.
Apparently it's become my brand too, and I'm not even the one that said it.
I did actually, Mega. I had to stop the timer to add it. I'm trying to avoid adding them right now because Morg's got a timer. Like for mysteries, because I actually have to like add up the bits and then how many biddies total? I don't know how many you did earlier. Must have been, yeah, it was when you had to leave for a bit. I did it after our run. No, I would not believe you. You said that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I counted 10.
I also counted 10.
Okay, so I think we're at 10.
So that's 20 minutes added. Okay. Timer settings. Okay. Morg, this might bork your timer for a second.
Let me just see. 96:06. Okay.
Oh, it would just stop it if it did. Okay. So we are
Oh, no, mine is pause.
Well, when I started again is what I'm talking about. Okay.
Oh, it should be fine, I think.
643. It was 1,000? Okay. 60. 43. 1,000 biddies for the titties. Okay, so calculator 423. 3 minutes. Save. And start timer.
Yeah, mine used to be start timer and stop timer, but I have a different one now, and it's resume and pause.
Ah, so we're not gonna fuck up your timer. 7 hours and 3 minutes. That's exactly what I put, mystery. I got it. But yeah, no, Mega, the bits were not adding correctly. They were only triggering off 500s. So I had to disable the bit side entirely. But I do have the hour, like I have the history for the subathon. We're back up to 7 hours. Yay.
Yay! Hey, I'm just glad I'm finally under 100. I keep losing tracking. I love it.
Ah, that's right, she got the math right. Mystery, I have a calculator right here.
There we go. There. I have to prop up my my iPad.
Okay. What next for... There's the alchemy tab.
Did you talk to Arabella's parents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You talked to Zevler?
Yes.
Okay. Then I think it's coming down here where the statues are with me.
Where are you? It's not even showing you on the map because you're down there beneath.
Yeah, because I'm down here where the statues are.
I still have no clue how to get there.
Oh! You don't know how to get here? Hold on.
Is it the one down there in Kaga's room?
No. Come outside the grove.
Like, which part of the grove? Like,
teleport outside the grove. And then I'm over here. Just run to the left.
Why was I looking at the cliff seriously when you said that? I'm coming.
Do you not know your left and rights?
I was thinking you meant the characters left and rights, honestly.
Oh. I was like, wait. Huh?
I was like, wait, my left or my character's left?
I'll always refer to your. Well, I'm assuming which direction you're facing, at least. Okay.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I'm going to do a thing.
Deep move. Let's see what you're hiding.
Oh, there's some goblins.
Hey, listen.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Go ahead and get closer. And then I'll turn it back on again.
No sign of the others yet. Do you think the fight up front went...
You want to bring the others closer too?
I was gonna leave them back there so they didn't accidentally get us all alerted, but...
Well, at least we got the druid to keep ourselves entertained.
There we go.
Yeah, they can stay there.
Let's find another one.
All right.
Can I quick save real quick while we're doing this?
Yes, please.
Well, Lunar can't do math, so why should she? I can do math.
Queen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you had fun with your stream earlier.
Oh no. I see where this is going.
Yes. King, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, the fact that y'all have matching names. Also very
Oh,
cute.
that's so cute. I just clicked that those were matching. Do you want me to blow up the oil?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna need to use Astarion to do it because I don't have Firebolt on my tiefling.
That is okay.
Look, we did what Mystery did.
Didn't do much, but you know what? It's fine.
Do we have to say Findle?
We don't have to.
Okay.
You're married? Heck yeah! I love that.
That is so cute, though.
I love that so much.
I'm ready.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
One by one.
Love a good old cloud of daggers.
Need to stay focused.
Shadowheart, where did your... Well, her bow's gone.
Well. Oh man.
Hey, Shadowheart, what do you expect?
Just a little better. I don't have anything to throw, actually. That would have hurt.
Oh no, my cloud of daggers.
No! I missed.
Hey, excuse me, Tracker, Sharp Eye Gerza? Yeah, you're not getting away.
That works.
Okay, so what did we come down here for?
To get the chest that's over there and to clear the way for Saza, if you're wanting to use Saza.
I may or may not have already killed her.
Oh, okay.
What's up for discussion?
I think we can save.
Shallow, his
Can you
wounds deep.
Save this dude first.
He doesn't respond.
Can y'all stop walking into the... There.
Alright, Shadowheart. Yeah, heal.
Keep y'all separate.
Now you can talk to him.
Oh, thank you.
Shield's
thank
chest.
You.
Huh.
I thought I was
Ow.
gonna die down here.
Ow. Ow!
It's my fault. I thought I'd given them the
Ow!
slip, but they followed me through the tunnel back there. I must
Is there
tell
a
the others what happened. I stepped careful.
There's a second?
There are traps in these tunnels. And thank you again.
When was there a second one?
Second what?
The bear. There's always just been that one.
Well, there's been two.
I've never encountered both. It's always just been one.
There's even that, there's a owl one in the corner too. Well, not owl, eagle.
I mean, I know about the one that's back up this way, wherever, but I've never been shot by that one before.
Onward.
Should
we
we
just need
start
the-
winding down a little bit?
Yeah, we can.
Because we are at 10 minutes out, and you have been going for how many hours? 11?
10 hours, 41 minutes.
My gosh. Have you had a good birthday, though?
I have.
Heck yeah. I'm so glad. I'm so very glad. And I'm glad we got to play this together, too.
I am too.
And we
I've
can
been
definitely
wanting
continue
to.
it. Yeah. And we'll definitely continue playing it, too.
Heck yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and save for us. That way we have an actual save.
Perfect.
Alright, and it's syncing the cloud save.
Alrighty.
I'm going to my just chatting scene.
I shall do the same.
You have anybody you would want to raid out to?
I will have to look and see.
Because if
I know
not, I
anyone.
have somebody I would like to.
Let me double check and make sure I don't see anyone. Um,
Raid Lunar
the only
Dust.
the only person I see that's on is Alarain. But who do you have?
It's somebody who raided me a hot minute ago, Thickish. I think they raided me during one of the streams that we were, like, me, you, and Neko were doing.
Oh yeah, we could do that.
They're
Can
currently
you send
doing.
me their name?
Yeah.
Perfect.
They're currently doing Baldur's Gate. That's why I say that.
Oh heck yeah, even better.
Let me DM that to you. Yep, Thickish with an underscore.
There we go.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit start
Yeah.
raid, but I'm not gonna actually raid out yet.
Okay.
There we go. But
Let
thank
me
you
get
guys for hanging out
mine.
with me on my birthday. I really, really appreciate it. We'll start the timer back at. Let me end
There we
the
go.
timer real quick.
There is
Sure that's
great
ended.
messages on my end if you guys would like.
And then if you guys want mine, there is mine. I was really worried I was gonna make your bot go off too.
No, I don't have a command to do them. I'll show you how to set it up to where it'll automatically do it when you start the raid.
I can do that. I just choose to
manually do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that way if somebody's like, wait, I didn't get it, it's already there again.
Yeah, yeah.
Timer stopped. We're gonna do it at 6 hours, 52 minutes tomorrow. Try to be live earlier than my normal time, but if not, we'll just go later than normally. Yeah. Oh shit.
And I will
Mega's
hang out.
Jello. Mega, I will do your Jello tomorrow. It is made.
Uh,
I just need to do the actual Jello shots.
Yeah. Well, everyone take care of yourselves. Eat some food, drink some water, get some sleep, do whatever you gotta do. Take care of yourself.
Bye, guys.
I will say go see Lunar tomorrow. I will not be streaming until Saturday, at least. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Bye-bye, guys.